right, we doing 12 up. 12 down. Can we do 12 up? You know you wrong for this. You know you wrong. You know you wrong for that. I don't understand. All the downloads is up. Come on and put me on something else. That's why I say, you know, it's jump. Are we live? $5.40. All right, let's go with that. So I got it on 4. So are we back yet? Are we back yet? Is the question. Why are we not back? All right. So are we back? Yeah, that's the question. Are we back? All righty, y'all. We changed band. We taking a chance on 13. Band 5 20 minutes ago was doing 5 up. Now it won't do 1. I don't understand it. Why is it when it's time for us to live stream, especially on a sermon, all of a sudden, and the fact that I've been on the phone company with these people all day, and we still don't have service. And the refunds that they gave me, they put them on the bill. I told them, I put that money on the BG&E. I'm not paying that. You gave me a refund. That's the only reason why I'm still with you. All right, at least we green again now. That's good. At least we green. All right. So this wasn't working at all earlier. So in Jesus' sweet name, thank you. But it would have been nice if we didn't have this interruption. You know, it would have been nice to not have the interruption. You know, if you really want to show approval, you know, then you wouldn't let this happen. Because you ain't letting it happen with them people that's talking that bull crap. You ain't letting that stuff cut off. This is going to be a weird Saturday Sabbath sermon because I'm kind of confused. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what I want to do because I'm kind of confused. A lot of y'all are into the holiday, and our Saturday sermon is on a holiday. Happy 4th of July. I don't know if I care about 4th of July. After what we learned this week, I don't know if I care about the 4th of July. Because the 4th of July wasn't for me. Now, the topic of our sermon today is, in 2020, can we love our neighbors as we love ourselves? Jesus Christ said, when asked, what are the greatest commandments? Number 1, love your God Jesus with all your heart. Number 2, do the same for your neighbor. Second. But as I'm looking at this holiday, and as I did research for the holiday, I don't know if I care about my neighbor. And I'm being honest. I don't know if I care about them. Now, some of you here that's on the hangout, y'all know what I'm talking about because I sent y'all some stuff today. And after watching that stuff, I don't know if I want to even celebrate the 4th. That holiday ain't for me. And the people who it is for, they hypocrites. So, can we love our neighbors who we know are hypocrites? Medusa, so is your mother. And when she scammed your father into raising you, that was the biggest scam of all. Now, let's get into a real topic here, because see, trolls like Medusa, they go over there where they just call people names. They don't have no real content. We got real content here. Because I say it again. As a black man in the United States, why do I care about the 4th of July? Explain to me why I should care about the 4th of July. Now, we're in the middle of a sermon, and I still can't even focus on the sermon. I got to deal with this issue. Fact of the matter is, we celebrating independence from England. But see, they were part of the country of England. They were under the king. But they wanted their freedom. What about the slaves they had? You don't think they wanted to be free? But you want to be free from the king that allowed you to come over here and start these colonies. You wanted to be free, but you wouldn't let the black folk be free. See, that bothers me. It also bothers me that you play that national anthem that's made by a man that hate black people. A man that think we ain't nothing but dogs. A man that got upset because black slaves ran behind the British line to get their freedom. But yet you fighting the British to get your freedom. So how can you hate the black people that ran behind the British lines to get their freedom? Great Britain didn't enslave you. You were a part of Britain. But you wanted to be on your own. Why you think we ain't want to be on our own? Well, if I'm boring, why are you here, Medusa? If I'm boring, why am I here? Why are you here? Why don't you take your Medusa-looking self out of here? All right? We're talking about a real issue here. Now, if you got something to contribute, then say it. If not, get to stepping. Because, see, you call me a scammer. I ain't had a donation in weeks. You don't see me on here. Hit that cash app. Come on, y'all ain't donating. You don't see me. So how am I a scammer? How am I a scammer? I'm asking you, how am I a scammer? But if we can go into these other places, first thing they say, hey, hit that cash app. Hit that PayPal. Hit that super chat. You don't hear me saying that. So are you going to have a conversation? You say I'm boring, but yet I'm bringing up a topic that most people scared to touch. Are you celebrating the 4th of July? Because if you black and you celebrate the 4th of July, you the daggone fool. Because they celebrating the fact that they thought of you as 1/5 of a man. 1/5. Then don't donate. I didn't ask you to come. Medusa. Did nobody ask you to come here? Take it easy and take it slow. And go where you got to go. And go where you got to go, because you ain't got to be here. All right, so somebody can get Medusa out of here. That's all you got? You's an idiot? Your father should have wore a condom. Because we know you was a mistake. You're a mistake that never should have happened. And what you got to say about that, punk? Call somebody lame. You the one that's lame. You over here with somebody who you say boring, but you over here. I'm going to get back to my topic. Stop playing with this troll. All right, y'all, like I said, why do I care about the 4th of July? And this ties into our sermon today. In 2020, can we love our neighbor as we love ourselves? Our neighbor has never loved us. Never. We found this out this week. They've never had a love for us. They had a use for us. Never a love. A use. That's what they had. They have a use. There ain't no love. They got a use for it. We was free labor. Then when we got free and tried to do our own stuff, they kept knocking it down. So how can we love somebody that never loved us? There was, in the 13th Amendment, there's a little sentence in there that says that if a slave can only be treated that way if they are a criminal. The people in the South that got beat up by the North, they had to rebuild their economy. And they did it by locking up free black people. They get you for loitering, get you for littering, and they will lock you up. Then they will lock you in prison, and then they will rent you out to plantation owners. So even free, they still wouldn't take the knee off our neck. So can we love our neighbors who have never shown us love? Can we love them? As I said about the KKK was the new slave catcher. They used the intimidation. They killed, hung, cut the heads off of people. They made plays and movies that made all black men look like they wanted to mess with white women. Yet throughout history, the reason we so many different shades, because the white man couldn't keep his thing in his pants, messing around with the women. They the rapists, but they telling everybody we the rapists. See, you want to get real. Can I love? Can I love the devil? That's what you gotta ask. Can we love the devil? Because everybody that's about to come in here and make excuses for him, you proving that you love the devil. You need to learn your history. They didn't put that foot on your neck all through history. Ever since we got off the boat. Ever since we got off the boat, they've been putting the knee in the back of our neck. It ain't nothing new. Hanging us, lynching us, shooting us. How can you get mad about the slaves that went and joined Great Britain? Because they told them, you join us, we'll make you free. But you want to be free from Britain. But we can't be free from you. Oh, somebody talk to me. You want to be free from Britain. But we can't be free from you. I've seen stuff where they say that folks were surprised. I can't believe that Charles left. Why did he go leave and join the Union? Or why the heck you think we don't want to be free too? Never occurred to you. We want to be free too. You got all these slave catchers making all these laws to keep us slaves so we can't move. But you trying to get free from Great Britain, then you trying to get free from the United States. You the one doing the terrorist acts. There ain't nothing more terroristic than what was done in the past 300 years in these United States. You can put all the Al-Qaeda, put all that together. Put all that together, and it ain't done a tenth of what's been done the past 300 years in this country. And yet you still sit here, hey, everybody's equal. Really? Really? And what's the difference? What's the difference? Every time we get a leader that can organize, y'all find a way to kill them and lock them up. But you want us to make excuses. All right, Medusa. All you can do is make insults. You ain't got nothing. I show what you said. Your mother look like a crackhead. And let's go ahead and get Medusa out of here. Anybody that would call themselves Medusa, you must be an ugly chick. I mean ugly. Who the hell would call themselves Medusa? Somebody that's so ugly that when you see him that you die. So, but then do what you gotta do, Medusa. There must not be nobody here because I don't know how you still gone, but you ain't gone yet. But guess what? You're gone now. I gave you a chance. Oh, now somebody going to delete him after I do it. Now somebody going to do it after I do it. That's the difference, Medusa. I don't do this for a living. I don't care if nobody comes. I'm still going to come do my show. Ain't nobody going to put me under that thumb. Ain't nobody going to intimidate me. I say what I want to say. And what I'm saying is the truth. And if you can't handle it, then go watch somebody buck dance. Because I ain't buck dancing. And I'm small enough, ain't nobody going to knock on my door. Ain't no Secret Service going to be coming. Ain't going to be no FBI coming because I'm too small. Now, if I was big, how you doing, Stancy? Now, if I was big, they might be looking. I ain't big enough. They ain't worrying about what I say. If they did, they would have closed the country down, like I said back in early March. We wouldn't have no CV. We have jobs everywhere. Nah, they don't pay me no mind, so I can keep talking. If you don't like it, do what you got to do. We got 25 channels. We got 2 Twitch channels. We got a Facebook. We got an Instagram. And we got 2 websites that Google and Google can't touch. So you can't shut me up. You can't shut up me. You can get that up. Call me boring. Call me whatever you want to call me. But the fact is, you came over here to tell me that. What'd that say about you? You thought you should come over here and tell me that. Somebody that's so boring, nobody watch. But you felt the need to come over here and tell me that. Tell me that don't make you look like a damn retard. Come on in under your other troll accounts and tell me how that don't make you look like a retard. Because you do. You ain't even got the courage to use your own name. What the heck is a Medusa? You ain't even got the courage to stand behind who you are. Why do we care about anything you have to say? You ain't even got courage enough to be yourself. Yeah, I'm ugly. Yeah, my teeth messed up. But guess what? I'm here every day in your face saying, so what? I got something to say. And I'm here every day. And you want to debate, come see me. If you can't come see me, then shut up and stay where you was. But like I said, you ain't had to come here. You could have took it easy. You could have took the holiday slow. But you came to the Minister Brother Derrick show. And here we learn stuff. And I'm saying stuff that's probably pissing some people off. But God darn it, it's the truth. And that's the problem. Don't nobody want to see the truth. Don't nobody want to see the truth. You don't want me to sit here and talk about how Reagan got in the office by talking about, oh, there's so many black men out here trying to rob white people and rape their women. Yet the history show it's the white man that been raping the black woman. but they was able to trick white folk into voting for him. Then Clinton said, you know what? If I'm going to beat Bush, I got to be even crazier. They came up with all them laws, the 3 strikes and you out, 3 felonies, and you can't get out. We're going to give you 10 times the time for crack cocaine versus powdered cocaine. So the cocaine that the white folk use and the crack cocaine, they both cocaine. But we're going to lock up those that sell it for 30, 40 years, and we're going to give the people that sell it to the white folk a slap on the wrist. And the people went for it. So now, don't nobody want to sell cocaine. Now they got the police. Go lock up as many as you can. See, back in the day, they had slave catchers. That's what they called them. They called them slave catchers. They see you at night. You ain't had no pass. They beat you up, whipped you, took you back, and got some money. Then when the North got rid of slavery, and if you made it to the North, you still wasn't safe. Because they had people that would come up there and just grab you at random and take you back down. And if you didn't belong to anybody, they just sold you anyway. So even when you got away, you still didn't get away. So I want to know why you got to have the police come look for us when you keep looking for us. We ain't looking for you. We ain't trying to break in your house. We ain't worrying about you, but you worried about us. Since the beginning. You the one that's worried about black folk. You the one sitting home scared behind your locked gate community, not us. But let's look at it. It's July 4th. July 4th don't mean a darn thing to me. Because what you celebrate, you turning and using terrorist acts against Great Britain, your mother country. And you got mad at us because half of us went and joined the British. It's a shame they didn't win. It hurt us that they didn't win. Because as soon as y'all won, y'all went right back to enslaving us. So you writing this Declaration of Independence. You making these great laws. And you treated us like we were 2 pieces of dookie. You don't think we wanted to be free? You don't think we wanted to have our own farm? You don't think we wanted to raise our own families? But nah, you wouldn't leave us alone. And you still won't leave us alone. Even in 2020, you can't even walk down the street or drive a car in a certain neighborhood without some cop come walking, without some white person. Hey, what are you doing here? I'm calling the police. What are you doing here? I'm minding my business. What are you doing here, sir? Why are you worrying about what I'm doing? Because you've always worried about what black folk doing. Always. You never stop. You was making so much money off of us. To the point that you would have us outnumber you in a state by hundreds of thousands. You so scared of us, why would you let that many be there? Then you gotta walk around with guns and try to intimidate people and whip them and cut their legs off for intimidation. So just let us go. But you won't. Even to this day, you won't let us go. Even to this day, you will not let us go. So why are we going to celebrate 4th of July? There ain't no holiday for no black person. It was better for black folk if the British had won. We'd be free. we'd have been free then. 1776, we'd have been free. It wouldn't have took the daggone 1895. You wanted to be free from Britain. But that was your host country. That's like Hawaii saying, I want to be free. Screw you, United States, I'm free. Well, we'll fight then. And they fight and they win their independence. But how can they say, you know, I want to be independent from the United States, but I want to keep enslaving the people from the states that moved over here? We're going to enslave them. But were you in slavery to the United States? You was able to do what you wanted to do. But we wasn't able to do what we wanted to do. That's why we went and joined the British. And then you got mad when you had the Civil War, and you got mad because the slaves went and tried to join the Union Army. You trying to get freedom for the second time in 100 years. You got freedom from Great Britain. Now you're trying to get freedom for the United States. Why we can't get no freedom? I can't believe the slaves are running off. Aren't they happy? No, we're not happy. But in your deluded mind, we are. You treat us like dirt and we supposed to like it. You amputate our feet so we can't run from you. You sat there and tried to use the Bible against us, and then when we figured it out, then you said, oh, you can't read it all. Because you read it all, you're going to understand that what we told you was a lie. Stop trying to hide the history. I already proved that the Confederacy wasn't nothing but a bunch of terrorist punks. That's what they was. And that KKK was nothing but a bunch of punks. That's all they was. Because if the penalty for putting our hands on you wasn't death, y'all have got beat up a long time ago. And I do mean a long time ago. There wouldn't be no South. If the North didn't back them stupid laws, black folk would have been killed on white folk. Say what you want to say. There wouldn't be no heritage. The same way the North beat you, we'd have beat you too. You know why? Because we know everything about you. People in the North didn't know. We do everything for you. We know where you go to work. We know when you go to sleep. We know where you buy your food from. We take care of your damn kids. If black folk ever got the notion to just take you out, it was easy. That's why you was in fear. How could you live in fear? Why you ain't just let us go? You rather live in fear. Well, because we're making money off of them. We just had a revolt. They killed 60 white people. Well, we'll go out there and kill 200 of them, and that'll make them too scared to do it again. The idea never says, just let them go. It never comes to your brain, just let them go. No, it ain't, because you're making money. Same way we got 130,000 people dead. Won't shut the country down. Why? Because you want to make money. It ain't changed. What's changed? Ain't nothing changed. 400 years of history. Ain't nothing changed. What's changed? The same old, same old. Just technology make it look different. So, can we love our neighbor? I got some viewers upset. I don't care. Let them bring it. All I see is somebody named Medusa. I ain't never seen that person before. But I'm bringing it. 4th of July. Why the heck should I care about the 4th of July? Take that holiday and shove it up your butt. And take that Star-Spangled Banner and America the Beautiful with you. Because there ain't nothing beautiful about this country. Stop trying to hide the history. To the fact that you got people dying from this daggone virus and you worried about some daggone racist Confederate statues of dead people. What about the dead people that just died this year? But you want to worry about some old fart. You got the president, got Andrew Jackson sitting there in his office. That racist man, one of the most racist presidents. They should tear all his statues down. And then we can find the name of all the slaves that he whipped and put salt and brine. Those relatives should be able to go beat his relatives up. You want to get real. Why the heck we got to be the whooping post, the whooping boy? The government say we free and you're going to make up laws. Well, if you catch you doing a criminal act, we can re-enslave you. That's a desperation. That shows you that you don't care about human life. You don't do anything to get money. But yet you make us look like that in the movies. That's you. You the ones living behind those gated complexes. You the one that got all the security riding around. You don't see us begging for no security? Because we ain't got to worry about you because you make sure we ain't got nothing you want. But you still keep coming around. So who celebrated the holiday today? Because that holiday wasn't for you. This holiday say you 1/5 of a human being. 1/5. I said a fifth. That means if a white person worth $5, you worth $1. But they marinate. But they won't leave you alone. Herbert Hoover and the FBI planting all those drugs in the community, planting the guns in the community. Black folk ain't got no boat. We ain't got no airplane. And then blaming us for it. Well, you didn't have to pick it up. And you're right, you ain't had to bring it either. You didn't have to pick it up, you didn't have to bring it. But you wanted to cripple us. You don't mind a couple black folk making a couple dollars, killing their own, because they doing it for you. You don't mind it. And then you get to lock them people up. So you get them to either make them ill, make them addict, or kill them, and then you get to come lock them up and then make money off the prison and off the funeral. Oh, wow. This is a nice little setup you got, ain't it? This is a nice little setup. What's different about this war, that you could say, change in it? Your own kids is realizing, like, when you gonna stop? Your own kids are saying it. God darn, when you gonna cut it out? It's a whole lot of holidays. But this holiday right here happened to fall on the Sabbath. And that's why I'm trying to do the sermon, but the holiday bugging the heck out of me. It's not our holiday. We wasn't free in 1776. The colonists, they were traitors to the British government. Traitors. So the British came over there with the guns. Well, what happened when a slave leave? When a slave run away, what they do? Get the horse and the guns. What's the difference? You want to be free from Britain, but Britain lets you have business. Britain lets you go walk around. Britain lets you do what you want to do. They just wanted the tax money. The same way the federal government wanted the tax money, but you didn't want to pay it. And the British got rid of slavery, and you didn't. And you was afraid they was going to make you get rid of it. So you just rebelled. You were traitors. But then you get mad because the British said, hey, to you slaves, if you come with us, join our side, we'll free you. Now, if I was in the war and my opponent did that move, I would say, you don't know nothing about Britain, but we'll free you. You stay with us. But you wouldn't do it, would you? No. You weren't going to free us, was you? Weren't going to let us go, no. But you want Britain to let you go. Then the South wanted the United States to let them go. But you wouldn't let us go. That's something that irks me. I can't shake it. You're supposed to forgive. You got all these things set up to keep black folk down. And we supposed to just smile. And just say, keep on kicking me in my butt. Keep on stabbing me. Let's keep it real. But I asked the question. Can you still love people who say they're your friend, but don't mind the fact you're being held down? Now, there are more people now than it was back then, or the people back then just didn't pay no mind or didn't care. But there are some white people who really, but you know, as long as you down there in the black community and they up there in the gated community, everything gravy. Let you start to move into the gated community, you don't belong here, why are you here? You know, they had a lot of people that were white and didn't have no money, didn't have no land. And they would work as slave patrollers. And they would make that important because they made rules that some of the plantation owners would have to come out and ride with them. And so they want to show off to the rich plantation owners. They want to show off to them. And how they do that? By beating the crap out of us. Yeah, that guy, he broke, but man, he sure is wicked with that whip. Yeah, we'll keep him around. That's what you want them to say. At our expense. Always at our expense. Why do we have bloodhounds in the United States? Because they're the best tracking dogs. And you have people, that was their job. Walk around with a daggone bloodhound and try to catch us. A gun in one. I'm just saying, I just want y'all to wake up. Ain't nothing going to change by me doing this show. But I'm just bringing you the truth. And some of y'all getting your feelings hurt, and it's the truth. And if somebody say it ain't, come challenge. Tell me it ain't the truth. I've been showing you all week. We got to be some of the most loyal. I think black folk are the most loyal people on the planet. Because as bad as we get treated, we keep trying to prove that we ain't what you saying we are. I was growing up. All I kept seeing on the news, oh, these black super predators, these black monsters, these black superhuman people. Why do you have to keep trying to convince folk that we superhuman? That we just criminal? Because it's easier for you to keep us down if you got the majority thinking we ain't nothing but animals. And you've been doing it all the way up to now. And the fact that you got a president that got one of the most racist presidents ever, he can't stop talking about him. But he said he ain't racist. The fact that people wanted to put Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill. That racist bastard Andrew Jackson is on the 20. Man owned over 300 slaves and he loved to be cruel to them. He loved to beat them and whoop them. But you don't want to put Harriet Tubman on the bill. You want to keep putting it off. You want to keep putting it off. Excuse after excuse not to put that woman on the bill. You don't keep making your excuses. Because you know, the white folk with the power don't want her on that. Why isn't Martin Luther King on the bill? Why is it that almost every Martin Luther King Boulevard is in the hood? Almost every Martin Luther King Boulevard is in the hood. Even here in Baltimore, the projects go alongside Martin Luther King Boulevard. It ain't that long. I don't know if it's a whole mile. But our Martin Luther King Boulevard go right by the project. It go by Tent City. They just got rid of Tent City, where the homeless people was at. That's what you had to look forward to when you went on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Baltimore City. You had the projects. They knocked some of them down. And they low risers now. You had the project. And you had the bums for Tent City. The driver says Trump has a smart mouth. If you've been watching the show, I've been showing how many times this man keeps referring to Andrew Jackson. I don't understand how you can refer to Andrew Jackson and then refer to Harriet Tubman. They two opposite ends of the spectrum. But see, that's what makes white folks dangerous. They really can believe. Yes, Andrew Jackson was a great man. Yes, Harriet Tubman was a good woman. They equal. Really? Harriet Tubman ain't had no slaves. Harriet Tubman ain't killed nobody. You realize that when they had the rebellion, where they made the mistake of getting a whole bunch of slaves from Angola, and they understood each other's language, and they got together and they started a rebellion, and they was doing some damage too. But guess what? It was Andrew Jackson who sent down federal soldiers to come capture them. They had their own state militia. They had their own slave catchers. But why did Andrew Jackson decide to send soldiers down there? And send them down there like they was daggone, Spain or somebody coming in. You know that Spain had Florida. The Spaniards said, if you come over to Florida, you can be free. Andrew Jackson sent troops down there to keep the slaves from getting over the border into Florida. So I ask you again, how can you pick Andrew Jackson and say he shouldn't come off the 20, he should never been on it? But you agree to put Harriet Tubman on there, but you want to keep putting it back. You want to keep pushing it back. The same way you keep telling us that we're free. But when we get in your way, you make sure to let us know we ain't. The driver said Harriet Tubman did kill slave catchers that got in her way. Was Harriet Tubman the president? The colonies did not own Florida. Florida was a separate country. If you make it across that boundary, there ain't nothing that the United States can do about it, except when it comes to black folk. If somebody from the colonies wanted to cross over and go join Florida, they could do it. But somebody black trying to cross the line, Andrew Jackson said no. So they can decide that they don't want to pay taxes to Great Britain, and they can rebel, but you can't walk across that daggone line because you don't want to be enslaved no more. You can't walk across that line. We're going to send the soldiers down there to make sure you don't. We'll shoot you on sight. The hypocrisy is what I'm trying to show. I'm trying to show the hypocrisy. See, the driver making excuses. But I don't mind. That's why we have a conversation there. Liz says, wait a minute. The driver says most rich people have smart mouths and can't fight a lick. And that was the reason why they couldn't beat the Union. And that's the reason why they got whooped. And whenever there was a slave revolt, they got whooped. That's one thing that never changed. That's why you always see a mob. It ain't one person. Because one person, two people, they get whooped. I watched a story where they tried to catch a slave. Slave whooped both of them. They ran. They had to go get the daggone militia. You gotta get the militia to get one damn man. Come on. They got whooped. But I'm just showing the history that they don't want you to see. So the truth of the matter is, a lot of that stuff was going on down south, and people up north didn't know it or didn't want to know it. Kind of makes them look stupid. That you beat them, but you didn't keep an eye on them. You literally beat them, but didn't keep an eye on them. And you let them, you let them go down there and be buck wild. All kinds of atrocities. And you hear about it and you go, oh, what they doing with them niggas down there? But you know, I ain't gonna go look. But see, it took the kids. When the college kids started going down there and looking. The adults wasn't going down there. It took the kids. The same kids that was out there marching last month. Kids. It took the youth. Liz said it's all about power. Yes, it is. But how can you go tell people in Africa, why are you still enslaving your own kind? Why are you holding them back? How can you go to the Middle East and say something about the Kurds? How can you go to Russia and tell them how they treat the people on the other side of Russia? How can you go tell somebody when you're doing it right here? Do y'all understand what I'm saying to you? They are the biggest hypocrites. And they sit there and they do you wrong. And then when you say something, they don't understand. Aren't you happy? Aren't you happy? You're not enslaved anymore. Aren't you happy to work at McDonald's and serve us? Aren't you happy? We got you in the entry level. No, you're not going to be no CEO. I don't care how good you are. But look, we got you in the entry level. See, we're not racist. Aren't you happy? I understand you've been a city council member for 40 years and you've been doing a great job. But you want to run for mayor? Oh, no. You can stay right there. Ain't you happy? What do you mean the schools don't have good computers? Don't they got computers in them? Yeah, but they outdated. Well, ain't you happy? You got them. I don't want your kids to be able to compete with my kids in the job market. It's bad enough we got to hire any of you. But we do. So, ain't you happy? Be happy. The driver says, believe it or not, it's hard for a rich man to find love. What they got to do with anything? Because, see, I love you till you get in my way. See, this is the problem. Long as you ain't in their way and they got more than you, everything fine. Soon as you rise up, they got to pull you back down. Like I've been telling y'all all week, we was free labor. Now they got to pay it. But you still give all your money right back to them. If you start doing your own businesses, doing your own thing, guess what? They can't control you. And that's what this has been about. Because there's no way that they wanted freedom from Great Britain, but wouldn't give you freedom. A lot of y'all want to hide from that. I'm not going to let you hide from it. I'm going to keep beating you upside the head with it till you get it. 4th of July is not for black folk. Well, to be rich, you have to have responsibility. So like I said, I will never go to any kind of memorial. I won't go to any of them services. And see, they try to tell you that if you say something, then you are a traitor to the country. When they tell you that, you tell them, go tell the UK that. Go tell the King of Britain that you was a traitor to his country. When you go tell him that, then you can come talk to me. If I'm in the South and they say, you're talking like that, you're talking like a traitor, I'm going to say, why don't you go to the Union? Go up the North and go up to D.C. and tell them that my great-great-grandfather was a traitor to the country. Until you do that, you can't tell me nothing. Until you do that, you can't say nothing to me. Stop trying to make me feel like this is my country. Yes, my ancestors actually did the work of building it. But they were building it against their will for somebody else's benefit. Sad part is, this is hostile territory to black folk. But we ain't got nowhere to go. What else do we know? So we try and make the best of it. But don't let them make you forget that Star Spangled Banner that you sing, that Star Spangled Banner is not for you. The man that wrote it could not stand black folk and look for every chance to kill them and lock them up. He was a prosecutor in D.C. and he went to every opportunity. And he had an issue. He had an issue with the fact that the British general said, hey, slaves, if you come over here with us, we'll set you free. If you really cared about your slaves, and they were your friends, as you try to say when they did leave, I don't know why they would leave. Well, you were trying to leave Britain. For us to go to Britain wasn't treason. But for you to fight them, that was treason. Don't you understand that? The colonies were colonies of Great Britain. That was the mother country. You were an extension of that country. So if the British said, if you come with us, which it's their country, we're not traitors. They are the owners. But you fought them. You were the traitor and got your independence from them because they got tired of fighting you and said, just take it. But they offered us freedom. You got mad and took it out on us, those that didn't escape. But that's the man that wrote, and he got it in the anthem. That he was gonna get us. But yet you expect us to stand there with our head over our heart and sing that song. When the man that wrote the song spent his life persecuting black people. This man had an issue that black people wanted to be free, but they wanted to be free from Great Britain. Let that marinate. I hate y'all because y'all want to be free, but we trying to be free from Great Britain. And when you make that all men are created equal, you say we was 1/5 of man. Why would we want to stay? Make that make sense. How can you get mad? Then you got mad again when the South was fighting the North. 2 slaves ran over to the north side and they took them in. And they went into the general and they said, hey, you got 2 of my slaves. You got to return them. You know what that general said to them? To those rich white folk that thought they had some money? He said, guess what? You seceded from the country. You're not American anymore. You don't have no right here. Get out. And guess what? Every time they heard it, because they were traitors, they wasn't part of the country, so they couldn't go. So, there wasn't no Andrew Jackson to help them. There wasn't nobody to help them. Didn't need help. But it's okay. It's okay for them to do terrorist act. It's okay for them to say, I'm not going to follow the rules. I'm going to do what I want to do. They want to say they want to be free. They don't want to pay tax to Great Britain. They want to be free. But yet, we can't be free. You're trying to earn freedom from your own country. The colonies wasn't our country. That was all you. You pretty much took it from Great Britain. But you wanted to be free. But it never occurred to you, hey, we want to be free too. Your answer to us wanting to be free is to hang us, to shoot us, to run us down with Doug. That's your answer to us wanting to be free. But you wanted to be free from Great Britain. So fine, you won it. Then you made a country. Then guess what? The South wanted to be free from the North. So that's 2 times the Southerners did terrorist acts trying to get that freedom. But look at the terrorist acts they did against the black people that wanted to be free. Let that marinate. Let that marinate. How could you not respect somebody? There goes my baby. You know what? I'm glad you came in here and said that dumb thing out your mouth. Because it was dumb. Where we gonna go? There goes my baby. Because the people that came here from Italy, they can go back to Italy. People came here from Poland, they can go back to Poland. People that came here from Russia, go back to Russia. People that came here from the UK, go back to the UK. People that came here from China, go back to China. People that came here from Japan, go back to Japan. People that came here from Taiwan, Brazil, Mexico, France, go back. Where are we gonna go? We ain't got nowhere to go. I'm asking you, where we gonna go? Where's our place to go? Do you know where you came from, Africa? Will they accept you back? You see, this is what I'm talking about. These people are saying something stupid like, well, why don't you leave? No, they need to leave. They're the ones that want to be on their own, but they still want our money. They can leave us alone. All the racist white people claim your territory. But what do you want? You want Texas. You want California. You want Florida. You want Louisiana. See, black folk can make it without you. But for the past 400 years, these 30% of white Americans act like they can't live without black folk. So tell these racist people to move. They can get their own, give them 2 states, give them 3. They still not going, wherever they go, they still going to try and run you from wherever they go. That's the point you ain't getting. That's the point that you ain't getting. It don't matter where you go. They going to try and run what you're doing, but they can't leave us alone. That's the point you ain't getting. Because when we were freed by the Emancipation Proclamation, they should have left us alone. But nope. All right, now we set them. Oh yeah, they set them free, you know. But now, how can we still keep our foot on their neck? How can we still, you know, make money off of them? How can we still limit their growth? See, they won't stop. So us leaving, you say go to Libya. They'll be over there with sanctions on Libya, trying to control us. So what's your point? We can't go nowhere. They're going to follow us. We tried to have our own. We had Black Wall Street, what they do? Tore it up. We had Oklahoma, what they do? They tore it up. Go back and look at all the lynchings. The first thing they did when they got mad, or when we got too big, you know what the first thing they did? They burned down the churches and the schools. Why do you think that was stopped if we went to Libya? They be sitting over here in the back room somewhere. Yeah, look at them. They over there dancing and having a good old time. Let's figure out a reason to go over there and mess with them. That's what they do. I'm not being a victim. I'm telling y'all to wake up. You don't know what a victim is. No. Ignoring stuff that didn't happen and keep doing the same thing over and over again. That's a sign of weakness. Because if you watch my channel, what do we teach? Put your resources together. Start manufacturing your own product. Start having your own. So you don't have to keep running behind them begging for stuff. That's what we teach here. So obviously you don't watch this show and you just rumbling off at the mouth. Because if you want respect, you got to have your own. But I also warn you that when you do that, you got to expect that they're going to come try and tear it up. So you're going to have your own army eventually. You're going to have your own police force. They're going to come tear it down from the inside. And don't sell nothing. If you get a business going, don't sell it. But guess what's going to happen? They're going to start bringing people from the outside in. Well, you know, the law says you got to hire me, you know. Yeah, I'll hire you, but why you want to work here? Why would you want to be a professor at a black college when you could be at Harvard? We'll let you in, but we're going to watch it. As soon as we see you start to do some of that inside work, you're getting out of here. As soon as you start trying to send coons in and infiltrators, when we discover them, they're getting out of here. You're not going to trick and bully your way back in to destroy what we're trying to build. The problem is, how do you get black folk to get together? They spent 400 years teaching us to be apart. Remember, slaves couldn't even assemble together. You could be killed for just, if they catch 5 or 6 of you together talking. You could have been killed if you knew how to read. You started to start your own farm. They would kill you. So they can't do it as fast as they could do it back then, but they'll still do it. You'll find your company on the TV every minute. You'll find complaints about your company on Twitter and the other social sites. They'll find a way to bring you down and make people not want to buy from you. So you had to come join with them. You said if the man has the foot on your neck, why not remove it? All right, there go my baby. The next time a cop pull you over, tell him to get out your damn face and see how fast he put his foot on your neck. The next time you walking in a nice white neighborhood and somebody says, hey, what you doing here? And you tell them, minding my effing business, get the F out my face, this America. See how fast somebody roll up on you. Because see, you've been trained to comply. You've been trained to just ignore it. The foot is in your mind. It's not on your neck, it's in your mind. How many times have you been out somewhere and y'all having a good time and all of a sudden white folk come looking at you like, what the hell are they doing here? What are they doing? What are they doing? Do you tell them, go mind your business? Or do you just sit there and smile? Hey, how you doing? Nah, we just hanging here now. The foot on your neck and hair. The knee is on your neck. It's just in your brain. Now see, this is the problem. So let me rattle off some stuff to you. There goes my baby. Do you have any money? You have a 45 millimeter, you know, victim, you fight back. What is your little 45 gonna do when they come out with the AKs? What's your little 45 gonna do? You ain't gonna do nothing but be a victim. And on the news tomorrow, they gonna say, You tried to do something crazy and they had to kill you. Ain't nobody gonna flinch. That's all what's gonna happen. Yeah, all that what you said sound real good. No, I don't sound defeated because I already told you what we need to do. But see, you don't hear that. You don't want to hear that. That's the problem. You comfortable right now. You're comfortable. And until it's brought to your door, you ain't gonna say nothing. The same thing you just said. They complaining. I give you the same example. Let's say you live on a block with a homeowner. But you don't live in single family homes. If you remember the Cosby Show, the kind of house they had, the row houses stuck together. Say it's 30 houses on each side of your block. So that's 60 houses. Say at the beginning of your block, there are some men selling drugs. One day, one of the people in your block turns the corner and interrupts a drug deal. And the addict gets scared and leaves. Well, now that person is mad at you. And they might decide to beat you up. And if everybody on that block looking and don't do nothing, guess what? He's gonna do it again. If everybody on that block pick up something in their hand and come out there and start busting them boys in their head, guess what? The next day, they ain't coming back. Now, if every black person, whether you in the inner city or whether you live in a single family home, if we all did that, there wouldn't be no crime. Because people would know, if I come through here, we're going to get jacked up. They know the whole neighborhood going to come out. Well, this concept I just gave you, most white folks do that. Because if we go in that neighborhood to start something, it's going to be about 50 of them coming out. But they've trained us not to do that. We've been trained mentally to not be together. If you want to stop being a victim, the first thing you got to do is learn how to get along with your neighbor so that you can put your resources together. So that even when the police come, and they're going to send them, you come out there united. You can't lock us all up. We ain't having it. They ain't going to be on this block. I don't care if y'all making money off of them, make money somewhere else. We ain't going for it. What you going to do? You going to lock us all up? And that's what you got to start doing. And if you don't do it, then you are playing what you say, the victim role. Well, I can't do nothing. That's the victim role. But I just told something that everybody that's watching this show can do. Start galvanizing your block. Now, you know, if you watch me when I go outside, you see me talking to young men. You see me trying to do what I'm trying to get y'all to do. Problem is, y'all want to talk about it. You don't want to be about it. Now, you talking about you got one little gun, and if they come out the houses with AK-47, and it's 50 of them, and you got your little gun, what the hell your little gun gonna do? And if they decide to follow you home, when they get to your block, and you got your little gun, and all the other black folks just stand there and watch as they terrorize you and your family, you're gonna be the victim. Because you haven't made any kind of real relationships the way people will say, hell no, we ain't going for this. Let's go out there. Let's go out there and help my baby. Let's go out there and help my baby. We ain't gonna let this go down. But now, first thing you gotta do is unify. Because see, white folk are unified by color alone. We don't do that. Because I say it again. If you go to an African and you say, hey, I'm African too, they're going to say, no, you ain't. You ain't African. Well, how do you know? First thing they're going to say, what tribe are you from? What's your father's name? What's your grandfather's name? Oh, that shouldn't matter. I'm black and you black. Let's work together. Now, I want to find out who you are. And by the time you do all that, somebody that's unified is going to come by and take you out. That's why we don't get nowhere. You said you're not afraid to die. Then why don't you take your 45, hop on 95, ride down to Georgia, all the way in the back neck. Go to one of them KKK compounds, go in there and start shooting with your 45. I bet you don't come back out. But if you organize and get 70 people and y'all go ride down there, oh man, you gonna have a ball. But can you get organized? I can't even get the people to hit the like button. How you gonna get people to follow you? You say you ain't afraid to die. How you gonna get people to follow you? They won't even hit the daggone like button. They won't even share the video. But they're gonna follow you into the KKK compound. They're gonna do what Malcolm X had them do back in the 50s. When he got like 75 Muslims, and they went and walked down to that police station and said, we want to see the man that we saw you beat up and drag in here. We want to make sure he all right. And the cop went there and said, that prisoner we brought in, some of his friends are here. Guy was like, how many? Oh, I think it's about 100 of them. Oh, wait, 100 of them. Over. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's only 14 of us. Well, tell them we'll bring them out in a minute. See, that's how you get changed. But as long as we not unified, we not going to get anywhere. We need to unify and have our own. That don't mean that you can't stop dealing with other races. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you need to have relationships and create your own so that when you do go to them, they can't look down on you. You got to have your own. But right now, they see us coming. What do they want? They always want something. When they ain't got nothing, we always want something. We got our own. Then they have to look at us as human beings. But you say victim. We have been victims. It's time to stop being a victim. Because here's your problem. You said that maybe we should leave. Maybe we should go to Libya. What are we going to accomplish there? What are we going to accomplish there? Nah, not giving power. You got to create your own power. I'll give you an example. I don't know where you live at, but here, Roto-Rooter, when you got a plumbing problem, you call Roto-Rooter. That's the name. You got a plumbing problem, we'll change the game. Roto-Rooter. Suppose a couple black folk got together and they made their own Roto-Rooter, except they called it Hoodo-Rooter. They gave the same good service, price is lower, and they come back and check on their work. Which Roto-Rooter don't do, you got to call them. They don't come back and say, hey, We know we installed something a couple weeks ago. We want to make sure it's still looking good. Now, they don't do that. You have to call them, right? What's going to happen when the black folk start calling Hooter-Rooter? You know what's going to happen? You don't get a phone call or a visit. Hey, there goes my baby. How come you ain't called us? You ain't had no plumbing problem? No, I'm good. You sure? We used to do a lot of business with you. How come you don't call no more? Oh, I use Hooter-Rooter. Hooter-Rooter? Yeah. Great service. Love the company. Well, y'all have a nice day. See ya. Well, hold on a second. Ain't no hold on a second. See ya. See, they gonna come look for you instead of us looking for them. Let's say that you have a laundromat. And let's say you have Maytag wash. Well, I suppose a black company in your neighborhood opens up a laundry place where they not only have laundromats, but they also make them, and you can have them at home. You got a business, so you can come by. They do it cheaper. You call them, they come right over. They look like you. The money stand in the community. You know what's gonna happen? You're gonna get a phone call. You're gonna get a visit. Because Maytag want to know, how come you sent our machines back? How come you don't have our techs come out? You know, we miss you. Oh, no, I got my own company now. Are they good as us? Yep, and they black too. All right, y'all have a nice one. Now, hold on. Let us offer you some deals. Whatever they offering you, you know, we'll cut it by a third. Nope. I want the money to stay in my community. Y'all have a nice one. You know what's going to happen? That black laundry business, it's going to get put on fire. It's going to be gone. They taking our business. We've been doing this. We've been working this area for 90 years. They think they're going to come in here. First, they're going to try to discredit. Say you do bad work. They're going to pay people to call in and say you caused their houses to flood out or to catch on fire because of your bad laundry machine. When that don't work, then they're going to start looking at your background. Well, you know, his sister used to be a stripper, or, you know, his brother got locked up for selling drugs. You sure you want to do business with that kind of family? You know, when that don't work, that's when they're going to burn it down. But you rebuild it, and you go right back to business. See, you get your insurance, rebuild it. See, a lot of times we ain't get the insurance. Old people got scared, just didn't rebuild. But that's how they got us to do business with them. So you say we want to be given power. Once we start controlling our own money, which we don't do, because see, if I get paid today and I need a new hat, I should be able to go. And not somebody that look like me that's selling me the hat, but actually somebody that look like me that make the hat. Because if you notice, if you go into New York, you'll see the Italian section, you'll see Chinatown section, you'll see the Irish section. How come we don't have no section? Because there's definitely other races in our section. When you had the stores lined up, chances are it's going to be Chinese person there. Chances are going to be a white person there. But they ain't going to work the store. They going to hire some black folk to be your retailers to come, hey, can I help you? But when you go in that neighborhood, you don't see us. Unless they put a token out there. We got to have our own. And make them have to come see us. Make that salesman have to come see us. Yeah, you got good business going on here. Who does your marketing? We got somebody. Are they as good as us? I don't know, but they black. And that's what we're doing, trying to live in the community. We're trying to keep the money in the community. When you get paid, you should be able to go home and you should be able to walk around and get everything you need. I can tell you right now, in Baltimore City, I can't do that. If I want to go to Walmart, I got to get a cab. The only store I can get to is a Target. Still would need a cab. But that's the only thing in Baltimore City. I want to go to North, I got to go out Towson Town Mall. If I want to go to Best Buy, I got to go to a county. Whether it be this end of the county, that end of the county, that end of the county. But I guarantee you, it's at least 9 miles away. See, I'm taking my money 9 miles away. Why can't I take that money to my neighborhood? So that I got the money today. Man across the street got it tomorrow. Lady down the block got it the next day because he went and made a purchase with her. Lady on the other side got it the fourth day. See, the money's staying in the neighborhood. But we take our money and give it right to them. As soon as we get paid, we got paid. It's Friday night. And guess where we going? We going out. You going to the mall? You're going out. You going to Fridays? You're going out. You going to Bennigan's? You're going out. That money not staying in the hood. You go to Lowe's. I can tell you, we have a Home Depot that's right there at the county line. So we have a Home Depot. We don't have no Lowe's within the city limit. We don't have we have a Burlington Coat Factory that's right there at the county line. The only thing that we have that we don't have to leave the city for, Family Dollar, the Dollar Store. We got one Target, they just opened in Mondawmin, and it's a Fridays right across from it. That's it. Anything else you want to do, you gotta leave the city. Now, there's a whole bunch of, go down Pennsylvania Avenue, they got some stores down there. Some of them might be black owned, and I said might. And if you don't get robbed trying to go in there, you might can go in there and get some stuff you need. But the majority of people, they have to leave. Why can't we keep that money in our community? Why you go work for the man and then get the money and give it right back to the same man? Because that's the way it's set up. How do you break that? By getting your own. You got to get your own. Make them come say to you, hey, I ain't seen you in a while. Where you been? See, right now, we rushing to go see them. But let's slow it down. And make them wonder, hey, they ain't coming around no more. Hey, I kind of miss that money. But you can always count on them. They ain't coming. And then they're going to come see you. They're going to call you. Or they're going to physically come see you. Hey, what's going on? How come y'all don't come around no more? Now you got them coming to see you. Now you in a position of power. Now you are an equal. You are equal. But you got to learn how to unite. We keep hearing that word, but y'all don't know what it means. You got to stop trying to be the bigwig and just fit in with other people. Find out what you got in common instead of worrying about what you don't have in common. Because see, you came over here and you were attacked, but rather than try to attack you back, I tried to reach. You say black people want to be given power. You have to make power. At McDonald's and Burger King are the #1 fast food. And I make Hood King. And everybody in the hood is coming to get my burger. McDonald's and Burger King gonna realize, wait a minute, who is this Hood King? And they gonna come over, hey. They're gonna start sending you gifts. Start trying to get you to come join with them. Remember all the different phone companies that we had? Now we got 4. Now it's 3. It was Sprint, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. T-Mobile has bought out Sprint, so you down to 3 companies now. Sprint has sucked for years. But they still have customers. T-Mobile want them customers. So they merged with Sprint. But if you look at those companies, let's just take T-Mobile. T-Mobile got Metro, Simple Mobile, Mint Mobile, Hello Mobile. They got all these companies. They are all using the T-Mobile network. So T-Mobile might have 30 different phone companies around the country that use their tower. They had to come to T-Mobile. Hey, I need some more space on your tower. I got some customers. Suppose somebody started setting their own network up and they start putting up towers. And say they were black, they put them in the black neighborhood. And say they had another black person that could make that cell phone. So say they made a deal with the FCC and they was allowed to get 5G. And you got somebody black that can make you the phone at half the price of what they could get at T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, and Sprint. So black folks say, oh yeah, heck yeah, I'm going there, 5G. I ain't gotta pay $1,200 for a phone. I can pay $500. Oh, suck that sucker now. What do you think T-Mobile, AT&T, Sprint, and Verizon gonna do to you? They're gonna go cry to the FCC. How could you give them bandwidth? And they're gonna say, well, there are no African American phone companies. They had a good plan, and so we did it. No, that's not fair. That's affirmative action. No, they had a good plan. They did everything we asked them to do, and that's how they was able to get the spectrum. No, I'm going to go to the Supreme Court. We're going to knock them down. No, see, that's what's going to happen. But when they go through all that and you did everything right and it don't work, what they going to do then? Knock, 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 or ring, ring, ring. Hey, how you doing there, Hood Mobile? Yeah, I'm a representative of Verizon. I noticed a lot of people seem to be flocking over there to you. Yeah, and maybe we should combine. Maybe we should combine. So what's going to happen is they're going to buy you out slowly. And then they're going to change Hood Mobile to Verizon and take your customers. Or take their customers back. That's what they're going to do. And that's the reason why it's only 4 companies. Because they keep absorbing everybody. Don't let them absorb you. And like I said, all of a sudden, something gonna happen to your towers. All of a sudden, your network gonna get cut off for no reason. You're gonna have to have somebody out there guarding your towers. But they're gonna start knocking them down. Because that's what they do. That's why you keep saying victim. We are victims. Now, I fixed this webcam before we started. And it's ridiculous. I gotta stop doing what I'm doing. Go to filters. I know I fixed it. Reset. Now, that's what I'm trying to avoid. The hand thing. Okay, move it over. All right, so let's take that out. All right, what about now? Nope, it's still doing it, but okay. I ain't gonna hold the show up. I ain't happy about that, but I ain't gonna hold the show up. So, where you at? There goes my baby. I can tell you right now. If you can get some good people that's trustworthy, that you get along with, that think like you do, y'all put a plan together. Somebody want to open up a beauty salon or a barbershop. Guess what? They're going to need product. So, okay, you open the barbershop. I'm going to start making the chairs. So, you'll be my first customer when I put the chairs in your barbershop. You're going to need mirrors. We do mirrors. I'm going to put the mirrors in for you. I'll be your first customer. Somebody else. You're going to need clippers and razors. I'll start making them. What about you? I'm going to start making the smock that you put over there. All right? And I'm also going to make the hair nets for the ladies at the beauty salon. All right? Well, I used to work at a company that made hair gel. I know how to make the hair gel from working at the company. I know the ingredient. I can start making the hair gel and the shampoo. And what about you? Well, the customer's going to need chairs to sit in while they waiting to be waited on. I'll start working on that. What about you? I'll start designing your front. You gotta have a logo. I'll design it, put it on your window, and we'll get John to start doing the business card. And we'll start handing out the business card. So now you got a salon and a barbershop running. You got companies keeping the stock. Then guess what? Somebody else is going to say, hey, I'm going to open up a store too. Somebody else say, hey, open up a store too. I'll start making your comb. I'll make your brushes. I'll make your tweezers. Before you know it, you got the whole neighborhood. And then, what else do black folk need? Well, we need toothbrushes. We need toilet paper. We need light bulbs. You want to play the video game, you got to have a table. And start making tables. Well, you're going to play the video game, you're going to need a sofa. Speaking of video games, there's nobody here that plays Xbox or Nintendo. Let's make our own video game and put black people in it. guess what? You got a whole community that's taking care of itself. And that money is going to circulate through that community, rather than go straight out. That's how you get respect. Because guess what? The Koreans that's doing that right now, they're going to have to come around. How long you been here? I wonder where all my customers went. They came here. They're going to start asking you to merge. Tell them no. Because if they want a Korean shop, go to Little Korea. Wherever y'all go, when y'all leave here, open a shop there. We already got a shop there. All right, we'll go work there. Because see, they got their own shop in their own neighborhood. But they come in your neighborhood to take your money and take it back to their neighborhood. Why can't we start keeping it in our neighborhood? That's how you do it. So, any other questions? There goes my baby. You still here? The chances are you ain't. And I ain't mad at you. But I appreciate you coming by. Now, let's go ahead and, I don't even remember the order. Okay, that's the scriptures. We don't need that yet. Hey. So how do I work it? What's going on here? How do I work it? What are you doing? See, this is what I'm talking about, man. For real. I don't want to see your video, man. I just want to read what you got. All right. What the Bible says about loving our neighbor. The Bible commands us to love God and to love our neighbors as ourselves. So what does that look like? Loving God. Jesus tells us the very two greatest commands in all the Bible. And they're found in Matthew 22:37-40. Where Jesus says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and first commandment. And second is, like it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments depend all the law and the prophet. If you do not love God, then you will have difficulty loving your neighbor. The Old Testament had laws preventing someone from taking revenge or bearing a grudge against their neighbor. The law stated, you shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the sons of your own people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Levi 19:18. If someone wrongs us, we must remember to never avenge ourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God, for it is written, vengeance is mine. I will repay, says the Lord. Romans 12:19. So first of all, we ought to love God and then love your neighbor as yourself. There is no other commandment greater than these. Romans 13:8-10 shows us that loving our neighbors, what loving our neighbors look like. And it includes the fact that we owe no one anything except to love each other. For the one who loves another has fulfilled the law. For the commandment, you shall not commit adultery. You shall not murder. You shall not steal. You shall not covet. And any other commandment are summed up in this word. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no wrong to a neighbor. Therefore, love is fulfilling. Is the fulfilling of the law. Just as Jesus said, all the law and the prophets pointed to loving God and loving our neighbor. This sums up the law as loving your neighbor. nor does no wrong to a neighbor. Loving God and loving our neighbor fulfills what the law requires. We can put it this way: say whatever you wish that others would do to you, do also to them, for this is the law and the prophet. Matt 7:12. It is a sin to hate or despise our neighbor. As Solomon wrote, whoever despises his neighbor is a sinner, but blessed is he who is generous to the poor. Proverbs 14:21. Despising people is sin. So let us each please his neighbor for his good, to build them up. For Christ did not please himself, but as is written, the reproaches of those who reproached you fell on me. Romans 15:2-3. We have a direct imperative command from Jesus that you love one another as I have loved you. John 15:12. That kind of love is a time-consuming self-sacrifice. James wrote that if you really fulfill the royal law according to the scripture, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. You are doing well. James 2:8. Loving enemies. It's easy to love those who love us and to love God. But what about loving those who hate us? I think we'll need God's help with this. But even so, Jesus still tells us to love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who abuse you. Luke 6:27-28. Sadly, our neighbors can sometimes become our enemies. But we are still told, do not hastily bring into court for what you will do in the end when your neighbor puts you to shame. Argue your case with your neighbor himself, and do not reveal another's secret, lest he who hears you bring shame upon you, and your ill repute have no end. Proverbs 25:8-10. God loved us first, while we were still wicked, ungodly enemies of his. Romans 5:6-10. So we must love them first, even if they hate us. Just as God didn't give us what we deserved, his wrath, and gave us what we needed, his grace, so too must we give people what they need, not what we think they deserve. This is how we have come to know and believe the love that God has for us. God is love, and whoever abides in love abides in God, and God abides in him. 1 John 4:16. And this would mean that we honor our father and mother, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Matthew 19:19. Loving our neighbor is commanded, and it does and have a clause that says only if. Jesus didn't seem to leave any exceptions for loving others. Luke 6:27-28. Conclusion. Just as we have read, and Paul again explained, the whole law is fulfilled in one word: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Galatians 5:14. As a matter of fact, one who is righteous is a guide to his neighbor, but the way of the wicked leads them astray. Proverbs 12:26. Love does no harm to a neighbor. Love believes the best in people. 1 Corinthians 13:7. Love shows who Jesus' disciples really are. John 13:34-35. If you enjoy this article about loving our neighbors, why not share them with your neighbor right now? And in the meantime, let us live lives of obedience toward the command to love God and to love our neighbors and fulfill what Jesus commanded. And that is, you are to love one another just as I have loved you. You also are to love one another. John 13:34. It will be by our love for one another that all people will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another. John 13:35. No, No, Naya, they got away from it. I'm trying not to order something. I got my first yawn of the day. I still got a slice of pizza left. I'm thinking about eating that and then going to the market in the morning. I didn't want to interrupt the sermon. We only been over 2 hours. It's even longer than that. You know, anybody have any comments? Because I asked the question. With all that I told you in the beginning of this show, is it possible to love your neighbor in 2020? I'm saying it's very hard to do that. But it's a commandment from Jesus Christ. It's a commandment that's so hard to follow. Y'all hear the fireworks going on. It's a commandment that's so hard to follow. I don't know why I'm so tired. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna give me I got some ice water in the refrigerator. Give me 1 second.
Brother Derrick.
Whoa.
Minister, Brother Derrick. And, you know, I want to come to you. And I want to tell you things that you can use and things that'll get you to have a connection with Jesus and God. So I wrote this. So I hope y'all enjoy it. Let's get to it. St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night. The Lord depends on us to do what is right. But our flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars. Sports, pornography, and bars. But these are the things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us till we change our ways, humble ourselves and pray. Remember, the house on the hill, you can't take it with you yet. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart, your thoughts, and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace, and I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race. By believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. And that's good to know that God loves us all, black and white, short or tall. He only asks us to be more like him. Then you won't want to sin. Let God into your heart and make a fresh start. You have a clean slate. Jesus' blood makes you pure in God's eyes. So stay vigilant and keep the evil and this world at a distance. Ignore the devil's resistance. Keep hoping that you slip. He chips away at your face and strips away from God's grace. But when to Jesus, he'll mediate on your behalf. The devil has many demons on his staff. Scowling, shouting things in your ear. Chipping away at your self-esteem while you daydream. So be alert. Get close to the Father and tell Satan and his armies, man, don't even bother. But I say this. That house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace. I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you rich or poor. Your creed or race. By believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there's nothing harder than standing up to God. Evil is rampant. Even in our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says no right or wrong. Fulfill your wants. Go along with the crowd and feel the wrath of that storm. This country's going to hell in a basket, no a casket. And if you speak, you're labeled a fanatic, a Bible quoting, scripture quoting do-gooder who's living in a fantasy world, waiting for a heaven that never comes. But God's will be done. You can't stop it. You're on the wrong side. Swallow your pride and humble yourself. Ignore the traps of this world. Study the word and let the knowledge of thorough. Because I'm telling you, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace and I wish you well. This is Minister Brother Derrick, and this is the new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you.
Alrighty, y'all. Took a little break. Gave me a check. Man, that kitchen and bathroom is... Woo! Man. I got them blocked off. Let me tell you. I don't know why this place gets so hot. That little air conditioner is trying to do something. It's trying. Matter of fact, let me put it on oscillation. I got it on oscillation. I had it in a fixed position. But I don't understand. Something about this place is just hot. I don't know what it is. Oh, definitely are. Now, y'all would say Sunday is not a good day. Well, they don't do anything on the Sabbath. That is Saturday. So I call them first thing in the morning and say, look, you need to get out here. We need some help. Let me go to the temperature app and see where we at now. Now outside is 88 and inside is 88. So I don't understand why this place is drawing so much heat. But I tell you, I missed our air conditioning. Stay there right now. That boy ain't doing nothing. I thought I was going to wake up early and I was going to run to the market. But I slept until like 10 o'clock. And then I got on the phone with the people. Before I knew it, it was 5 o'clock. I said I got done. So I'll probably go to the market in the morning. And it'll be Sunday. So hopefully everybody will be in the house tired and drunk. And I'll go to the market in the morning. What is it, Saturday? I really can't afford to make a phone call. Oh, my shit. Baby, go sit down, man, please. Yeah, I might get that. Nah, we don't want no more of that. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm looking at the menu. I guess I can go with that. Damn, excuse me. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. I was trying to figure out. I really don't want to do this. Put me in a hole. Give me a second, y'all. Alrighty, y'all, I'm back. How about that? I really didn't want to do that, but we'll deal with it. Maybe I'll get lucky and somebody donate. All right, y'all, I'm back. Did anybody have any questions? Because I told you what I thought. If after, doing this sermon on this day, this really ain't the day to do it for me. But it fell on a day. Can you truly love your neighbor as you love yourself? A lot of people don't love themselves. A lot of people don't love themselves. You see them trying to put in, different color eye contact. They putting tattoos on their body, thinking they make them look better. Piercings in their lips and in their nose. Putting on wigs and other people's hair. Putting on a bunch of makeup. Because they don't love the body they were given. And if they don't love themselves, how can they love you? If I don't love myself, how can I love you? You are supposed to love your neighbor as you love yourself. If you don't love yourself the way you are, how can you love your neighbor for the way they are? Do y'all understand what I'm saying to you? First, the commandment is to love God with all your heart and might. Second commandment is to love each other. If you got the Taliban and you lost a family member in 9/11, can you love the family members that knocked down the Twin Towers? Can you love the police officer that pulled you over for no reason, or that stopped you while you was walking and throws you to the ground and handcuffs you and you haven't done it? Can you love that officer? He brings you before a judge and they working together, and you know it from the first time the judge says something. And you tell them, I haven't done anything. Why am I standing here in front of you? And they throw you in jail anyway. Can you love that cop and that judge? If you go to trial and they finally make up a charge on you, they got to think about it, but they will. And you got 12 jurors that don't look nothing like you. And you tell your story. And they go, you know what? They black. They did it. And they give you a sentence anyway. Can you love those 12 jurors? When the CEO is taking you not to the jail, but it's taking you to the prison, and you moving too slow, and he crack you in the back of the head with his nightstick, can you love that cholesterol? Can you love these people? Jesus says, yes, you must love these people. For those of you that lost your job doing the CV, and the CV been going on since March, and they closed your job down, you was working under the table, so you can't get unemployment. And you went through your first stimulus, and the sheriff coming tomorrow to kick you and your family out on the street. Can you love the sheriff while he kicking you out? Can you love the workers as they throw your stuff out there on the road? Can you love your landlord putting you in this shape? Jesus says, yeah. If there's somebody bullying you on your job, somebody bullying you every time you come out the house, can you still love them? Even though they're making your life hard, can you still love them? If you and your mate having an argument about money, you want to buy something, and your mate is telling you that you can't afford it, but you want it anyway. She picks the phone up and calls the police and says, if you put your hands on, they come and carry you away to jail. While you in jail, she gets the item that she wants. When you come home from jail, can you still love that woman? Can you still love the police officer that took you in, even though that woman got no bruises? I'm just asking y'all because these are things that could happen. And Jesus says, yes, you must. If you at the arcade or the pool hall, let's say you shoot pool, and let's say you make the best trick shot in the world, and you get the 8-ball in the corner pocket, and you win. If the person that you beat takes that 8-ball and busts you in the face with it, can you still love that person? Jesus says, if you want to belong to him, yes. If an acquaintance of yours molest your child, can you still love that person? If your best friend rapes your wife, or lady, if your best friend sleeps with your husband, can you still love that person? Jesus says yes. Suppose before your mother died, she passed on to you the ring that she worn every day since she was 3 years old, because her mother gave her that ring. And your great great-grandmother gave her that ring. If your neighbor comes by and sees it sitting on the table because you went to go wash your hands, and you come back and that ring is gone, and you go down to the pawn shop and you find out that your friend took that ring that's a family heirloom, can you still love that neighbor? Why is everybody so quiet? I'm asking, can you still love your neighbor? This is what our sermon has been about today. Can you love your neighbor? You know, me, Liz, and Snazzy been talking behind the scenes. But there's one person missing, and y'all know who she is. And it's my best friend. And since we've been covering the ride, the trial, she doesn't like the direction the show been going. She definitely not going to like the show we did yesterday. She definitely not going to like what I said in the beginning of this show. But that's still my best friend. And I understand that she doesn't understand. And I spent the past few shows trying to make everybody. But no matter what happens, I'm still going to love her. She might be a little mad, might be pissed off. But if she actually listens to the show, hopefully it'll increase her understanding. That was the purpose of the show, to increase everybody's understanding. Because the history that's been pushed under the rug, it needs to come out. The things that's done in the dark, it's time to put some light on it. Just because I'm exposing what's been covered up, that doesn't mean that my feelings change because somebody might be of that color. I just asked the hard question. Driven to ask the hard question. When you bring the truth out, you gotta back. That's why when the person that came in here, I forgot the name, but they said victimization. That person was showing victimization. Because I told her or him things that we need to do. And if they was really ready to ride or die, they would have said, give me your email so I can talk to you behind the scenes and maybe we can get something started. But see, they just want to come in, talk. But when it come down to get something done, they ain't got nothing behind it. They ain't got nothing behind it. I don't play the lottery. But if I was to hit the lottery tomorrow, what's the first thing I would do? Not go buy something. I would literally go out and talk to everybody that I see and say, what's the one thing that we need in this neighborhood that you have to go for? And I would start planning to open up a store to sell those things. Then I would talk to customers that come in and find out, where do you work at? Do you work for somebody that make what I'm selling? So you know how to make it, right? But what if I was to open up a factory? You think you could pull some of your coworkers come out the job you at now? Y'all come and set up shop and start making things for me, and I'll give y'all ownership. I'm going to take 50%. I'm going to divide the rest of it among you employees so that you own it. You don't just work here, you own it. And when you retire, your kids can come work in your place. Y'all will make the product and I will sell it in my store. And I would try to do that for every product that I sold in the first, so that we got a network. So the people in the neighborhood ain't got to spend $15, $20 a cab ride or ride 6 buses just to go get what they need. But that's something that I would. But I don't play the lottery. So how would I get it? I would have to come across somebody who has that money, or a couple of people that can put together, and we can make it happen. But see, people don't want to invest in things. They want to buy. I want rims on my car. I want jewelry. I want the best clothes. So you're looking good. I can tell you the majority. Oh, there you go. That was quick. Damn. Hello, delivery. Hello, delivery. I'll be right out. I'll be back, y'all. Stop running. Where the keys at? Don't lock yourself out. Turn the back alarm back on. Whew. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. Catch my breath real quick. My body ain't trying to hit. There is a difference in here. Dave, you go sit down. What are you bothering that for? Go sit down. Let me go. Alrighty, y'all. Nobody don't have no comment? Can you love your neighbor? Hey. Whew. I catch a breath for a second, y'all. Whew. Alrighty. On a breath. All right. No one, you think could be random? How to love your neighbor as yourself. For all of us who live the Christian faith, we have definitely heard the phrase, love your neighbor as yourself. But what does it really mean to love your neighbor as yourself? Do we truly understand the way Jesus Christ intended? Love your neighbor as yourself is the second great commandment of Jesus. It immediately follows his commandment of loving God with all your heart, mind, and soul. Following this commandment is the key Jesus Christ gave us for loving others as God loves us. No one should seek their own good, but the good of others. 1 Corinthians. For the entire law is fulfilled in keeping this one command. Love your neighbor as yourself. Keep on loving one another as brothers and sisters. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers. For by doing so, some people have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. Don't forget to show hospitality to strangers. For by doing so, some people have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. Keep that in mind, y'all. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourself. A new command I give you, love one another as I have loved you. So you must love one another. The commandment, you shall not commit adultery, you should not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and what other commands there may be. All are summed up in this one command. Love your neighbor as yourself. Who is our neighbor? A Pharisee once tried to test Jesus after asking him what was the greatest of the commandment was. What the greatest commandment was, that makes more sense. The Pharisee asked, who is my neighbor? Instead of giving a direct answer, Jesus Christ turned the question on the Pharisee by telling the parable of the Good Samaritan. The parable of the Good Samaritan tells the story of a man who was attacked by robbers on the road to Jericho. He was stripped of his clothes, beaten, and was left for dead. Soon after, a priest was passing by the same road, and when he saw the man, he went on the other side of the road and continued on his way. A Levite then passed by, and he too moved to the other side of the road when he saw the man. But a Samaritan came by, and when he saw the man, he took pity on him, poured oil and wine on his wound, carried him on his donkey, and brought him to an inn, and took care of him there. The following day he gave the innkeeper 2 denarii, that's coins, and asked him to look after the man, adding that when he returns, he will compensate the innkeeper for any extra expense he may have. After telling the story, Jesus asked the Pharisee, who was a teacher of the law or a priest back then, which he thought among the 3 was a neighbor to the man who was robbed, to which the Pharisee replied, the man who showed mercy. Jesus then told the Pharisee to go and do likewise. In Jesus' commandment, he taught us that it is not about asking who our neighbor is, rather, it's about our own willingness to be a neighbor, ready to love. It's obviously in the parable of the Good Samaritan that our neighbor can even be a complete stranger, who we can expect nothing from in return. But following the commandment of Christ means being a neighbor to everyone, and most importantly, it is about us being that good neighbor. It starts with ourselves. When Christ was asked what was the greatest commandment of all the commandments was, it was not asked in earnest by someone who sincerely wanted to know. Rather, it was asked by someone who considered himself to be an expert in the law of the prophet, who only wanted to test Jesus. And so with Christ's answer of his greatest commandments of love, we can truly see his infinite grace and wisdom, as well as God's infinite mercy, which is the key to our salvation. By loving our neighbor as ourselves, Christ made it impossible for us to fail, because we are very good at taking care of ourselves. We want what is best for us, and by making our own selves as the benchmark of how we should love others, Christ has shown us how to truly love our neighbor. Another important teaching in loving our neighbor as ourselves is that we realize we should not wait for when we feel love before we start to love others. We do not have to wait until we feel that we have a surplus of self-love before we give it away to our neighbors. The commandment made it perfectly clear. Love your neighbor exactly as you love yourself, no more and no less. The great commandments of Jesus. Love the God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. This is the greatest and most important commandment. The second is, love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets depend on these 2 commandments. These are the great commandments of Jesus Christ. He gave us 2 commandments that encapsulate all the laws and commands previously mentioned in the Old Testament. The commandments as told by the prophet is about our bond with God and our fellow men. Jesus first teaches us that the greatest of all commandments is to love God with our whole being, because God is the foundation of love. It is only by loving God that we truly learn how to love. Right away, Christ follows it up with loving your neighbor as yourself, because once we put God at the center of our love, we learn how it is to genuinely do the same for our neighbor. Prayer to love your neighbor. Dearest Lord, may I be a blessing to my neighbors, not just those who are close to me, but also those who I communicate with, even if they are far away. May I be a good Samaritan to someone today. Move me in compassion, that I become a bearer of goodwill toward my brothers. Consume my soul with kindness and cast away all negative notions. Lord, give me the strength to live by your commandment of love. Guide me through Christ, for through Christ all things are possible. May I not close my heart to those who are in need. May I share the blessings I receive from you with those who ask for it. May I never lose sight of how to love. May Christ renew me each time I lose sight of his commandment of love and bring me back to the path he has prepared for me. May the people I meet in his path become opportunities for me to live the teachings of Christ. Lord, I ask that you open my heart to receive genuine love for your commandments. Teach me, Lord, to love you first above all else and to love my neighbors as I love myself. May I always keep sight of the very core of your commandment of love. Allow me to desire the best for my neighbors just as I desire the best for myself. Grant them peace of mind, success in their endeavors, and the happiness in seeing your love. May I do everything with love. May it be the driving force for my obedience to the commandment. All right. All righty. Anybody have any comments or questions? Sometimes people get on your nerves. Sometimes people disappoint you. Sometimes people hurt you. Sometimes people make you want to bust them in the back of their head. No matter how you respond, your ending should be in love. You know, you could take your wallet out and say you out at the bar and you paying everybody tab. You take your wallet out and you wait for the barkeep to come by and bring the receipt so you can pay everybody tab. Say one of the people that's with you see you turn your head and they snatch your wallet. You block the door and don't let nobody leave. And you find out who has your wallet. Once you find out who it is, what do you do? Anybody want to answer? Once you discover who it is that took your wallet, and it's a person of the party that you're treating, they were going to take your wallet, and you wasn't going to be able to pay for anything. And they said right in your face and drank on your tab. And they had the nerve to take your wallet. So what you going to do? You find out who it is. Can you still love that person? Yeah, fireworks got on my nerves. I'm sorry. If I never get another firework, I'll be happy. I had to go out there. You know what's crazy, Liz? I went outside and came back. I went outside and came back. And I feel the fan as it's oscillating now. And you can see I'm still beating up. Sweat still beating on my arm. My body gonna sweat anyway. Even though I'm starting to feel a little bit of the air. It don't matter. My body's saying don't care. It's saying don't care. My body's saying I don't care. I don't care. You still won't sweat. I'm serious. I really feel bad. I didn't get up and go to the market today. That money I spent on that food, with the money I could have spent tomorrow. But I ain't gonna beat myself up. Damage is already done. I got it. Got what I want. There you go. Liz gave us that topic. And we both done it Wednesday. But we did it today. I still got one more to check out, but I don't want to beat y'all over the head with it. So that's how, see if we got any other things to look at. All right, have we seen this yet? Make sure y'all can see it. Yeah, you can see it.
Continues to fail to bring this outbreak under control. New research shows that the virus is mutating, getting even more infectious. We should note the new mutation not any deadlier than the original, but it could affect how we as a country respond to it, also even how a potential vaccine might work. Joining me now, CNN senior medical correspondent Elizabeth Cohen. So a more easily transmissible coronavirus, what does that mean for the country right now?
You know, we apparently have been seeing this virus for quite some time now, this mutated form of it.
Did we see this one already?
Help me understand why the president would say that Black Lives Matter is a symbol of hate. Why? Why would he say that right now about a mural that the New York mayor plans to have painted? Is it because it's outside Trump Tower and he sees that as an attack, so he has to attack it back? But when this is happening in this country right now, what good reason? How can that help anything? His press secretary says later on, Trump was talking about the organization, not the people. The problem is the organization is the people. Angela Rye joins me now. I'm not going to ask you to give me a good reason that he would say it, but the idea of calling it that at this time, if anyone has any interest in this movement, is there anything else they need to know about this president in measuring what he thinks of the cause?
I first just want to take a moment to address a former colleague in Kayleigh McEnany and just invite her into what it means to tell the truth.
Couldn't help me out, could you? You know what? I don't even. I'm ticked off. I don't like that. I don't like it. Yeah, fireworks off the chain. Where the links that I sent? Okay, yeah, I went too far back. My bad, guy. All right, listen. This is from our friend Covert Radio. I don't know what it's about.
In regards to Covert Radio, I've seen some of your recent bullshit, the titles to your videos. Everything you seem to be doing seems to be anti-Black Lives Matter, and I didn't really care, but you're leaving dumb comments on my comment section. So I'm just going to address you very quickly. Radio, I think you're a covert racist, in all honesty. I say it's incorrect when I bring video evidence, but then someone like you, with your arrogance, you believe that your conspiracy theories are worth more than video evidence of something actually happening. Now, I'll post a video of actual verified KK members walking around dressed like police with damn zip ties at Black Lives Matter protests. What the fuck do you think they're doing that for? Why do you think they're going to the KKK will be going to a Black Lives Matter protest dressed like police with zip ties? You then come to me and you give me this long spiel of nonsense, and I've noticed that you're anti-Black Lives Matter. You know what? One thing I don't see you being anti-KKK, anti-white supremacists. Anytime I've said anything, when I used to talk about white supremacists back in the day, you'd always come around and you'd be anti that, and you'd try and turn it from white supremacists to one of your conspiracy theories. But you have no problem talking about Jews. So that led me to think, oh, so you don't like black people sticking up for themselves, rising up, and you don't like Jews neither. So you're not Jewish, you're not black, obviously. So it shows which side of the field that you're actually on. And one thing I've noticed as well is I've long seen that my videos, there have been 2 videos that have just been removed because someone reported them. And both those videos, one was on June the 10th and June the 14th. And both those videos were of racist people being attacked, in which I was calling out racists. Both those videos got removed. So I was thinking to myself, so there's someone inside that watches my material that loves it when I go in on other black YouTubers. Because some of my videos, in fact, I'd say about 80% of my videos, I get 100% thumbs up. I don't even get 1 thumbs down. So there's someone there that has no issues with me when I'm going in on black people, but as soon as I make fun of racist white people being attacked in some way, all of a sudden someone's reporting those videos. They're not happy with that. When I was making fun of the alt-rights, I was having videos being removed, and then I had a whole channel be removed as well. So clearly there's someone following me around that doesn't like it when racist white people are called out. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's you. I'm not saying it is you, but just judging by what you say, the way you're trying to deflect any negative attention being put on white supremacists is just laughable to me. I mean, let's just be honest. I said before how even with the Tommy situation, it's all very well you were going in on Tommy all the time. I think you were doing it for the wrong reasons, because when he was having an issue with JB Gunner, I called out JB Gunner. You didn't. I've never seen you call out a white racist, really, unless they were associated, giving money directly to Tommy. So it seems that you were more bothered about the money he was making, and the only white people you had a problem with were a few of the ones that you felt were propping him up. Thinking about it, the only people you had an issue with that were propping Tommy up, that you said, they were all women. You never actually went after white men. You only ever had a problem with white women helping him out. That was quite odd. when it came to actual white supremacist YouTubers, I've never seen you ever call out any of them. So what's that about? And why is it that you have such an issue when I call out actual white supremacists? This is a video, KKK in Virginia, dressed as police with zip ties. What do you think, they were gonna take them to some game show? Hey, black man, you've won $1 million. We had to do all this dressed like this just to get you away from the protest, to get you away from prying eyes so we can give you a bunch of money. You're trying to tell me that it's fake, that didn't... You know what, stay away from my videos, okay? I don't want anything to do with you. As far as I'm concerned, you're a racist. You are. Just because you were going after a black man who attacks black people, that doesn't make your intentions honorable. Not when I don't see you going after white people like yourself who go after black people. I'm sorry. I just don't see it. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, all this bullshit, I know it's hard to really understand the racial climate in America. It seems to me that you don't understand it much yourself. You only understand it from the perspective of a white racist. How come what I say in regards to what's going on with American black people in America agree with everything I'm saying, whereas you only seem to be looking at things from the eyes of white racists? Because I'm sure white racists and white conspiracy theorists who don't want to admit they're racist, they also agree with what you say. They also go out of their way to make sure not to call out white supremacists and to instead keep the focus on how terrible Black Lives Matter are. I mean, the mere fact that you're talking about removing monuments is going to cause a race war. The only people that think such a ridiculous thing like monuments would cause a race war are racist people. Most normal people will be like, you know what, those monuments are racist, just get rid of them. Only a racist would suspect that would cause a race war. Because, as we know, most racist people, they've got fragile egos and they're willing to, they want a war to happen over something like that. They don't like the thought of black people taking control of a narrative or anything. In fact, yes, they don't like the fact a black person could take control of a narrative. I've got a narrative which is based in fact. You don't like that, and you think you're going to come and tell me, no, this is the narrative instead. So your racial or racist white narrative should mean more than my narrative, which is actually based on an actual video of something actually happening. So the level of arrogance you'd have to actually come and tell a black man on his page that your racist narrative is somehow more important than what we're seeing with our eyes.
All right, we're starting the news, people. All right.
No.
All right. Thank you for that, Liz. That was our covert radio. Keep it moving.
People across America trust Nutrisystem because
Trump is not a history buff. He has some difficulty even recalling recent history, but nothing made that clearer than a recent Fox News interview where Trump misidentified a statue in the White House. So let's take a look at how that went down.
Every president chooses what to put around him. You chose Lincoln as a bust and Lincoln as a picture. You chose Andrew Jackson. And is that Teddy Roosevelt underneath? Yes. Yeah. And by the way, they're taking down the statue of Teddy Roosevelt. So explain that one.
Okay. So the statue is not a statue of Teddy Roosevelt. It doesn't even look anything like Teddy Roosevelt. It's actually a statue of a cowboy from the 1890s. The Metropolitan Museum of Art and the White House Historical Association both identified the statue. So the sculpture structure in the Oval Office of the White House is called the Bronco Buster and was originally designed in 1895 by Frederick Remington. The sculpture was particularly inspired by Remington's own illustration in an 1888 issue of Century magazine, which accompanied an article by Teddy Roosevelt.
Okay, so look, it's I can understand how you make that mistake, and
No.
hold on.
No.
And Teddy Roosevelt were part of the Rough Riders, which sounds dirty, and this guy's a Bronco Buster, which also sounds dirty, and I get all of that, right? But it is in the Oval Office. It's in your office, right? And you presumably chose to put it in there, and apparently you had no curiosity and never looked to see who it was. But what I found amusing about this, among the many things, is first of all, Kilmeade gets it wrong. He's like, yeah, that's Roosevelt, right? And then he does a follow-up question. Like, it almost made me think, wait, is Kilmeade trolling him? Like, did he try to get him to say it was Roosevelt by accident? I don't know. Anyway, but my favorite part was Trump's like, yes, that's Roosevelt. He doesn't know. We all know he doesn't know. But being a pathological liar that he is, he's out with that answer right away. Yes, of course, that's Teddy Roosevelt.
Listen, as an admirer of interior design, like, I can't imagine, because he's the president, it's the Oval Office, he can make decisions about what surrounds him in that room, right? I can't imagine, like, I'm not a big fan of busts or statues or like anything like that. So if someone, let's say an interior designer who's helping me decorate the Oval Office, tells me like, hey, are you interested in the statue? I'd at least want to know, like, what is the significance of the statue? Like, by the way, of course he said, yeah, it's Teddy Roosevelt. Of course he just said that. Because what's the other option, Jane? He doesn't know. So do you expect Donald Trump, of all people, to admit that he doesn't know? That he's such a dummy that he never once even tried to question what that statue was? Like, it's just, this is Donald Trump. This is who he is. He left.
Alrighty. Alrighty, y'all. Get ready now. I wish I could get rid of that. Can I get rid of that? So it won't go away. There it is. Alright. What to the African American is the 4th of July? Readers reflect on race and racism in America ahead of the holiday. Anthony says, as our nation begins to fire up the grills and sit around park benches to celebrate the annual 4th of July holiday, I am reminded of a speech Frederick Douglass gave July 5th, 1852, titled, What to the Slave is the 4th of July? Today, 168 years later, I ask a similar question. What to the African American is the 4th of July? In my family, any celebration of Independence Day is marred by a painful and tragic story that has been passed down to my generation. On July 4th, 1930, my grandfather-in-law, John A. Robinson, age 17, along with his brother Phil, had to run away from their home because of a relative dispute over a car battery with a white store owner. That dispute led to the race riot of 1930 in Emel, Alabama. In the violence that ensued, John A. Robinson's father, John Newton Robinson, who was a preacher, landowner, and businessman, was shot and killed on his front porch, and his house was burned to the ground. John A. Robinson's cousin, Esau Robinson, was tied to a tree and lynched. A large mob of local white men, led by the sheriff, were looking to run every black person with the last name of Robinson out of town. The riot and lynching were documented across the country. Even Time magazine, in its July 14, 1930 edition, wrote about the murder as lynching. Every year on your Independence Day, my grandfather-in-law is reminded of the abrupt and tragic end to his father and cousin. When others saw fireworks, he saw gunfire and the burning of his family home. So what to other African Americans is the 4th of July? A day that reminds us more than all other days in the year of the injustices that still prevail in America. You celebrate monuments involuntarily built by people of color. To me, it's an annual reminder that while we have accomplished many things since landing in Jamestown, Virginia in 1619, we still have a lot of work ahead before Independence Day can be embraced by all and not just a chosen few. This is Sharon. Black people have fought and died in every war since the Revolutionary War, when some slaves were even promised their freedom for fighting in place of their masters. Black soldiers have had to face the evils of segregation and discrimination while serving. I hope the entire military will take a long look at its history and end the systemic racism that still affects it. For example, there are disparities between how black and white veterans receive health care and even are awarded disability ratings. The disparity is even greater for black female veterans. I myself am an Air Force veteran who had to deal with racism in the military. But like so many black soldiers before me, I have put on a uniform and proudly serve a country that I'm still fighting to be equal in. Danielle says, my 5th great grandfather, Noel, was purchased for $1,700 in 1822. He sued for his freedom and won. Noel was a slave in Louisiana, and his master, Antoine Fondant, had just passed away. The conditions of Noel's 1817 bill of sale stated that upon the death of his owner, he would be emancipated. 3 months after Fondant's death, he remained enslaved. Noel took the estate executor to court and won his freedom. Noel Cordell versus Benjamin Meteor. But he didn't stop there. He emancipated his 6-year-old daughter Marie as well. She cost $350. He paid it off in 2 installments. I have checked off white on my form my entire life. Maybe not everyone saw me that way, but you are whatever you've been told that you are. I recently discovered that I and my entire family branch became white when my great-grandmother Lola, who was likely considered a Creole of color, married an Irish New Yorker. After unearthing her story, I began a frantic search for my identity. Who could tell me what I was? I spent hours poring over documents and census records. Around that time, I had my first child. I obsessed about articulating my identity because now my daughter's identity was in question as well. The stakes felt so high to me. Race is everything in America. Where would I land? I found that I, like my country, had a survived relationship to racial identity. I and we need desperately to be freed from it. Myra writes, I'm a 61-year-old public elementary school teacher, and I went to public school, college, and graduate school in New York City, and I read books and newspapers. And I never knew what Juneteenth was or about the Tulsa Race Massacre or the Wilmington Massacre until weeks ago. I also heard someone say recently that Black history is American history, and now I understand they are right. I'm taking to heart the urgency of educating ourselves about racism. I want our elementary, middle, and secondary school social studies curriculum overhauled to center the Black experience in the United States. We can only unlearn our racist system by learning about it. David, 47. I got an I Can't Breathe tattoo on my chest back in 2015, probably a year after these words were choked out of Eric Gartner. My 3 biracial boys have seen it plenty of times, but we've never discussed what it means or why I have it. We were talking about George Floyd recently when my 10-year-old asked me about the tat. Those were George Floyd's last words, he said, but you have that tattoo for a while. How did you know he was going to say that? Ooh. I could see his mind working as I was formulating an age-appropriate answer. And before I could respond, he said, "Oh, I know. This has happened before. I want to be excited about the peaceful protests and nonviolent demands for change. I hope change is coming. Really, I do. But what I am is tired. I'm tired of still hearing. It's hard to not hate. I'm tired of still reading. Well, how many of them shot one another in Chicago last weekend? And I'm tired of expecting I'll be long gone down the line. I'll be long gone before my kids, their kids, or anyone down the line are seen as equal to some of my friends' kids." Somebody came in and said, "Covert Radio and J Black got beef." Wow. Covert's come in here and had a couple conversations. Like I said, when I first came in 2017, I learned covert from watching Thomas. So anybody got any comment? But the topic of today's show is, Jesus said the greatest commandment is to love God with all your heart and soul. And the second commandment is to love your neighbor. Is it possible in 2020? Is it possible to still love your neighbor in 2020? What about you, just observing? Can you follow that command? Can you love your neighbor with all your heart, mind, and soul? Or are you waiting to kick him in the back when he turn around? I'm going to give you my answer since nobody else won't answer. It is possible. Because I can tell you, a lot of y'all say that it's a cop-out when I tell you that I have an alter ego. A lot of y'all say that's a cop-out. No, it ain't. Because sometimes I feel like a fly on the wall. Like I'm there, but it's like I'm watching it, like you watching me right. And there are things that Bro Darryl could do that I can't. And people say, "Oh, you're full of stuff." Well, it is a difference. When Brother Derrick hits somebody, sometimes they don't go down. When Bro Darryl hit them, they go down. I've kicked people and they didn't go down. Bro Darryl will kick them, they go down. Brother Derrick has tried to body slam somebody and it didn't work. But Bro Darryl won't have no problem. So there's got to be two different in one. But the one thing that lets me know that that's just a part of me, I don't try to physically hurt people and neither does Broderick. He stopped the attack, but doesn't try to maim, doesn't try to knock anybody's teeth out, doesn't try to break nobody's jaw, doesn't try to break nobody's ribs. You know, I trained for years how to kick somebody in the kneecap, and Broderick doesn't do it. Because if I kick you in the kneecap, you ain't going to walk right for a long time. You better be using a cane the rest of your life. He doesn't do that. But even while punching somebody in the head, Broderick preaches it. And I heard you, and not just one, a lot of Big Swole and some others. How can you preach to somebody while you beat them up? So Brother Derrick not only will beat you up, he preached to you at the same time. But I can tell you, out the 35 fights that I had while I was working that security detail, 25 of them, they have come back and apologized. And we've gotten along. And there's a reason. Because even when you make me have to hit you, I still love you. And even when the cops are handcuffing and taking you away, I'm still praying for you. And nobody's ever come back with vengeance. So it is possible to love those that are doing wrong. Black people have done it since 1612. To this day, you still want to please your master. You still want to please your master. And whipped you, raped your wife, sold you away from your family, and you still love. If the master gets sick, you don't say, "Hey, master, you're sick." You say, "Master, we sick." "Oh, master, you're hurt." "No, master, we hurt." We can still have empathy and compassion, even for people that terrorize the heck out of us. Let that marinate. We are forgiven. We didn't have the crime that we had before. The media created. These are things that we learned, started to use on each other. The tactics that were used on us, we started using them on each other. Because didn't nobody care when they used them on us. So why should somebody care when we use it on each other? See, when I say something that makes sense, some of y'all were chomping at the bit. Hold your tongue. If I see that you can hurt somebody and get away with it, or why can't I get away with it? You can kill somebody and get away with it, why can't I do it? You ain't no better than me. You can sit there and sell drugs to my people. Well, why can't I do it? I sit there and see you sell guns to my people. Why can't I do it? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? It's learned behavior. And the sad part is that we started to believe the propaganda, the movies, the videos, all the news reports. Always us being on TV and change. We started to believe that we wasn't worth nothing. As the fathers are out the house, and they're not there to teach the young boys to be men. They're being taught by the media. They're being taught by the street what a man is. And the value. If they didn't value our life, they got us to not value our life. Somebody got in your way. If they was white, you had to deal with it. They were black. Hey, look for a way to kill them. Get them out your way. Ain't nobody going to do no investigation. Ain't nobody going to do no long search. Nobody going to care. That's why I don't understand. But see, if you do something to somebody white, they're going to keep investigating till they find out who it is. That's why I don't understand. Why is it that white folks say they scared of them? Now, this latest generation is probably the most dangerous. But for the most part, black folks don't think about putting their hands on white folks. But don't just see you walking down the street and say, let me go over there and mess with that white folk. That don't occur to us. It could be a group of blacks sitting on the corner, and a white person will come across the street. They don't pay a bit of mind. Never occurred to them. But a bunch of white people on the corner, see somebody black walking down the road. Hey, jigaboo. Hey, poor monkey. I can honestly say, growing up, I never heard any of my friends say, let's go beat that white person. Let's go rob that white person. Didn't occur to them. But yet, they scared. You can see it in your face when you approach them. No, you scared. Why are you scared? The women get scared. Nobody wants you. You've been reading the magazines too long, honey. They don't realize that most black people, especially when they're in a white neighborhood, are more afraid of you than you are them. So all you gotta do is say a word and white folk come out everywhere. And we see what y'all do when y'all get together. And then while we celebrating the 4th of July, didn't you win your independence? By defeating the greatest army at that time? When y'all in the mob, y'all can be some damage. It's one-on-one, you get scared. And that's why you had a road cop police the street so we can't get you one-on-one. We understand. We understand. But now that you've been exposed, are you going to admit it? Are you going to stop funding these police departments to go around and harass people? Are you going to stop hiding in your little gated community? But see, knowing all of that, I can still say that I love my neighbor. Chinese, Puerto Rican, whatever. You might be a jackoff, but still God's creation. Might be a mistake, but that's my opinion. Mother Nature might think she did a sculpture on you. When I see that nasty attitude, but you got the right to have that attitude. But just know your right don't exceed mine. And if you say I can't cross the road and I gotta get across there, and I can't go around it, I can't go under it, then that means I gotta go through you. That don't mean I don't love you. You got to get out the way. Ain't no other way to go. And you blocking the way, so you blocking my right to go where I need to go. So I gotta move. Whatever that means, I got the suplex, I got the clothesline, I got the arm dragging. Whatever it takes, you don't throw you. Whatever it takes to get you out my way is what I gotta do. Now, if I go do what I gotta do and I come back and you still down, I can come back and assist. Yeah, I knocked him down. He wouldn't let me go. I had to go get this done. Now, they need to go to the hospital? Well, let's get him to the hospital. Because see, even though for a second I had to do something to you, you're still a human being. You just made the mistake of imposing on my right. And I had to move it. Now that I've done what I had to do, and I see you hurt, I'm going to come back and help. I'm not going to walk on the way. But I still love you. Why do I love you? Because my Lord and Savior said that I must love you. Even though you probably want to set me on fire, even though you probably want to push me off the cliff, I still love you. And I'm going to still love you. And when I see him throw you in that furnace, I'm still going to love you. But I'm going to love God more for giving me the power and the knowledge to love you so that I don't follow you in that furnace. There's going to be a lot of people throwing that furnace. A lot of people walking around today saying, oh, glory, oh, Jesus, oh, yeah. You're going to be singing that while they throw you in the furnace. No, Jesus, no, no, oh. That's what you're going to be saying. And see, I can look forward to that, as evil as that sounds. Because I'm trying to do what I need to do so I don't go. And if you have a better time on earth, you drive a fancy car, you got the pretty women, or the women got the pretty men, and you got the ball gowns on, with sequins, buttons, and all that. All that ain't gonna do you a bit of good when you close your eyes for the last time. And I hope I'm there to see you get tossed in. I hope I can help. I love to throw the devil in. I pop him in the back of the head a couple times before I throw him in. There's a couple people I like to throw in. I like to throw in the Nature Boy Rick Flag. I like to throw in Andrew Jackson. I forgot his name, but the first member of the KKK. I like to throw him in. What's the name of the guy that brought the KKK back in the 40s? Brought the KKK back. I like to throw him in. Just give him a good bop in the head before you go in there and say, I love you, bro, but you gotta go. Because you can't take it easy. And this ain't gonna be slow. But guess what, bro? It's time for you to go. But anybody that's physically hurt me down here on this earth, I don't have a desire to toss you in. Because doing that might get me tossed in. I want you to have whatever you want, as long as you don't infringe on other people's rights. I can still love you and not follow your rhetoric. I can still love you and not do the dumb things you do. I can still love you and not participate in your act. Why is it that because I won't follow you around or do what you want me to do, why does that make me your enemy? I'm just asking the question. Why does that make me your enemy? You know? Don't make me an enemy. I can still love you. I'm just not going to do that stupid stuff. And if you judge me as not loving you, I ain't worrying about what you judge. Who's the real judge? I don't like him because he won't come do this. Well, that's wrong. You're going to hurt somebody doing that. So, well, we're going to do it to you now since you want to help us do it to somebody else. I say, okay, I still love you. And when I kick all y'all in the throat, well, actually, I won't do it. My alter ego kicks you all in the throat. He'll preach to you while you wait for the ambulance. He'll preach for you. He'll say a couple hallelujahs, a couple hell glories as you get loaded in the ambulance. And then I have to come back and talk to the police, and they'll carry you away, and I'll go about my business. I still love you. I might even call the hospital and ask about it. I might come by and bring you some flowers or some candy. Still got love for you, but at that moment, you was trying to hurt me. At that moment, that's a moment. We have a lot of moments in life. A moment only lasts for a few minutes. Why am I going to have hate in my heart for you for years, for a moment? Let that marinate for a second. Why am I going to have hate in my heart for you? You heard somebody come in here and call me a scammer today. But when the woman told that lie, and you see it still being repeated, we didn't immediately go after her. It wasn't until she kept doing it. And then she tried to insinuate that me and another man was in a homosexual relationship, that we had to get him. But even while we was getting, I still had love for her. Memorial Day, when I was doing the show, I asked her, since she used to be in the Marine Corps, or whatever army, wherever she was in, I asked her, you're welcome to come to the show, because you did serve the country. She never responded, didn't expect her to. But see, I still showed the love. See, Jesus and God saw it. Jesus and God saw it. It didn't matter if y'all saw it. She probably went around, That daggone crazy man had nerve to ask me to come on his show. After all he said about me. And guess what? Jesus and God saw that too. Now I told y'all, let's take Covert for an example. I met Covert through Tommy. Whatever Tommy's impression of Covert was what I had. But when he came in the chat, I didn't treat him like that. I let him stand on his own. And then I made a decision. Or whether or not. I think he got a rent. I didn't go by what Tommy said. The first thing I saw, when I saw the first video in this sector, I thought it was wrestling. But there was a man holding championship belt. I thought it was wrestling. And the spirit said, click on this, watch the maker of this video, and learn how to do your video. Well, I think he meant for me to watch Vic, but it don't make a difference. Vic, Tommy, what's the difference? And that's why we always have a professional looking show. Because I was told to watch and learn. Not to pick up none of the bad habits. And people say that sometimes me and Tommy sound alike. I get offended when I hear that. How you gonna tell me I sound like that man? That man ain't got no solution. And Vic Damone tried to say the same thing. Yeah, Tommy, you ain't never got no solution. You always whining and complaining about what's wrong. I said, man, I've been saying that for goddamn years. You gonna take my material. I wouldn't call in. Hey, man, you took my material. But, hey, there wasn't no need for it. Because I got my reward. There wasn't no need to go and claim it. You said the same thing I was saying what time of year. I said, yeah. I said, well, somebody listening. Just that acknowledgement was enough for me. I didn't have to go make a big video about it. Look, y'all, Vic Damone agree with Brother Derrick. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't necessary. Somebody sent it to me, I saw it, and that was good enough. You know? There have been people that have tried to hurt this show, and yet y'all have seen me offer them advice. Doesn't that sound weird? Why would I offer them help? Why would I offer them advice? And they were trying to hurt the platform. Because whatever reason they were doing it for, Jesus said that we must love him. So even if I have to bop you in the back of the head, I still love you. Even if I have to embarrass you and make fun of you, I still love you. If I had to slap you upside the head with this Bible to get that word in your head, I still love you. And y'all need to do the same. We have a lot of people that get mad and leave. Some of them come back, and we welcome them back. And some of them don't. But one thing I learned my first year live streaming, it's good to have followers. But at the same time, you got the platform, you got the message. You can't let other people stop message. A lot of times people come in and they want to take over. And the tactics work on other platforms. But they just glad to have you here. Y'all seen me do a show with nobody here. I said for the 80th time. That show with me and Naya did, we got 4,300 views on. And we were streaming and they're on 913 by 512. That's better than 480. 512 is, 513 is better than 480. It ain't much better. YouTube still called it 480, but we got 4,300 people to watch that video. That's a lot of people. Just to watch that video. I've seen people that had 30 people in the chat and didn't even get 500 views. So it's not how many people in the chat. It's how good your topic is and how good you are delivering it. But then you got to see how long they stay. If you get 600 views and 400 of them watch you for a minute and left, then you suck. Oh, sorry. You can brag all you want. Look how long it takes people to get the watch out. There are people that's 3 times bigger than I am and still ain't monetized. There are people that got 6 times as many people and they still ain't monetized. Because they can't hold the people's attention. Watch hours mean just that, hours. And you get somebody to watch you for hours. I really felt bad when we did that Chucky video. Because they can have them 800 views back. We lost a chance to get monetized. And I really felt bad because the people, you know, that rode with me when we sat on here for 9, 10, 11 hours a night, you know, Naya and Liz, the people that, you know, I felt like I let them down. And so we had to go November, December, January, but then we got it in January. We've been copyrighted a couple times, but we haven't been flagged since. And I know that y'all missed the World Star. I know that y'all missed the videos that we did, drama videos. I know y'all missed it. But even though I'm only getting between 2 to 10 cents a video, God darn it, I'm a professional. I don't want to work for free. And if I go back to the roast sector, I'm going to be working for free. Even if y'all don't donate, God darn it, I get my 8 cents, 7 cents, whatever it is. Give me something to work for. Can I hold y'all long enough to get 10 cents a video? It's a challenge. Can I get that 10 cents? Because you wouldn't believe how little I get for these videos. We've been here almost every day since January the 15th. January the 15th. It's about to be July 15th. Let's see where we at. Where are we at, y'all? Let's see where we at. Let's take a look at. God darn. Go to analytics. How our money dropped? Our money dropped down to $22. Well, hopefully we in the 70s. So let's go to revenue. I'm gonna stop paying that any mind. Cause I'm just noticing the last 22 days and we're in a new month. So okay. So let's go to 365 days, even though. So we at 75.55. All right, y'all. I thought we wasn't gonna get 100 until I thought we wasn't gonna get 100 until next July. I don't know, y'all. Can we do it? My birthday, July 29th. Can we hit 100? Is there anybody that ain't signed up for the membership? Can we get 100 before July 29th? I'll ask. I guess I'm scamming because I asked. He's scamming. He's trying to get a check for his birthday. He's scamming. You gotta watch him. He's scamming. He's scamming. What'd you say, Naya? Oh my? Yeah, we getting there, girl. Gee, well, we only got 20-something more dollars to go. Anybody want to do a super chat for $25? I'm gonna have to get my Chime account ready. I'm gonna have to get me a Chime account so they can put it so they can put the money there. Down send you a check. Well, yeah, we started off bad. You know, I think Naya did a sticker, and No Night by Cares that did a $5 super chat, and that sat there. It took us like 2 months just to beat those. It was only $5.60. It took us 2 months to get that with the show. You know, in between 2 cents and some were 4 cents, some were 5 cents. You know. But we hung in there, and I see success. Everybody kept saying you don't have enough viewers to be monetized. It's better to get donations. Well, why can't we do both? We're gonna be getting our first check. I remember when that lady got her first check. I never watched the video. Did anybody know how much it was? Because don't hear her mentioning it no more. I don't know, Naya. It took us, you had to realize that the membership are helping out with that, the 3 that we got. Sam Cassell donates $2 every once in a while. I think he donated $2 3 different times in the past 2 months. If I'm correct. But they adding in the I think Tony gave us a $10 one a couple weeks ago. So, you know, that's moving us up. That moving on up to the east side. Matter of fact, let's go back and look for a second. How much of that is super chat? For the revenue. All right, and let's stay here. The last 28 days. See, you got but let's see more. Can we see more? Yeah, that's not helping. Take us back. All right, let's try this. Let's go last 90 days. So February, $4.91. March, $5.23. April, $6.83. May, $23.78. June, $24.48. And so far in July, $1.60. So let's go back again. Let's do last 365 days. How come January didn't pop up? Where's January? We didn't make anything in January? Is there a way to move this? All right, let's look at the revenue source. Hey. $46.58 transaction revenue. Estimated ad revenue $15.75. YouTube Premium $13.22. Transaction revenue. Super Chat $25.58. Channel membership $18.90. And there's Naya's Super Sticker $2.10. So that's 25, 19, and 2, and 15 and 13. 15 and 13. So yeah, we ain't making nothing off the YouTube crap. Look at that. But that's also because of the video. The videos we show. If we go over 6 hours, the people get the money. You know, we don't like it, but you know, we don't cry about it. We don't like it, but you know. Look at the spike we had. Look at the spike we had in June. Actually, that's May right there. Yeah, look at the spike we had in June. Now, this is what you want to look at. Watch time from subscribers, 71.1%. Most of the watch time is from people that subscribe. From people not subscribed, 28.9%. Now, you know, there are some people that's going to, you know, knock us out. But that's still good. 13 to 17-year-olds, none. That's what you want. 18 to 24, 4.3. We gotta do better than that. 25 to 34, 48%. So that's our best age range. 25 to 34, and then 35 to 44. But 45 to 54, we only get 10%. Yeah, that's not good. So that's the age of the people that's watching. Oh. And how many people? Naya said we know it was at least the minimum of $100. Well, we tried. I'm thinking about donating a couple dollars myself. Now, I'm gonna have to set a bank account up. Chung Lee said to get Chime. I got it here somewhere. And then, there it is. Chung Lee said to get Chime. Shit, I wish I did have 1,028 because I sure would get that scooter. All right, so I'm going to get. So I'm gonna have to sign up for the chime. It's a sign of the times. I gotta get me the chime. Sign of the time. Sign of the time. Gotta get me some chime. You sure was happy about getting $100. Because people said we couldn't do it. That's what makes it special. People said we couldn't do it. All right, y'all. Snazzy Girl gave us this, y'all. And I'm warning y'all now, it's brutal. I'm warning y'all now. Let me make sure y'all can see it. Yeah, you can see it. Hold on, let me wind it back. Blow it up. All right, y'all. All right, look on your left. Bam! Look at them fly through the air. Look. Did y'all see that? Woo, child. Things are gonna get easier. Look at this, y'all. Bam! Look at them fly through the air. That is crazy. Pause it right there. Look. See the two women? They ain't got nowhere to go. Bam! Look, both of them got hit. One person on the windshield right there. One person on the hood of the car. Bam! Look at them! Look at them fly! Look at them! They in the air. They literally are in the air. Look at that, man! Bam! Look at that. One more time. Bam! That's crazy. That's just crazy. Y'all say y'all want to say that's crazy. Man, oh man. They were out protesting. I guess somebody said, you know what? I ain't gonna say it. I ain't got the courage to get out there and say something to you, but I'll run you over and run. Actually, Snazzy sent it. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. I gotta go to Snazzy. We on Liz right now, ain't it? It's in Seattle. 2 women hit while protesting on highway in Seattle. And Liz told me to ask, did they die? Both women critically injured, 27 and 32 years old. They got the driver. I think he's 27. She said, okay, just happened this morning, horrible. All right. See the Snazzy sent us anything else? This is risky. Oh, wait a minute. Did we see this? Hold on a sec. I can't tell what day it's from. What in the world? No, I ain't seen this before.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President.
Oh, come on, man. Let me do a refresh here. We got that high dark download. Don't even try it.
Of the United States. So help me God. Let the television burn, baby.
Do a fast reboot.
Riot in the street. If you have been waiting to break glass in case of emergency, we are there. At their feet. We felt a change, but ain't it a shame how it all turned out.
You know what I am? I'm a nationalist.
It was a long time.
Y'all know something? I don't know if we get flagged for this song. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know if we're gonna get flagged for that song, so I had to stop, but I'm sorry. I apologize, y'all. I gotta put music to something. I don't know who's singing that song. But I ain't giving my 10 cents up.
Everybody, Dixon back here just thinking about Donald Trump, unfortunately. And thinking about why he's been resonating with so many white folks all over America, and why there's millions and millions of Trump signs in white folks' yards all over America. And the obvious reason is white America loves white supremacy. They're all about the whiteness. And Donald Trump is their leader. Donald Trump gives the shy racist a voice. He says you don't have to speak in code anymore. You can just say you don't like Mexicans and Muslims, and that's okay. You can assault black women in the rallies, and that's okay. You can assault black people, and that's okay. He encourages violence toward people of color. Openly, not covertly, not politically correct. And white people love it. Because we've had a black president and white people will just freak the fuck out. And no, I'm not saying all white people, obviously. For all the fragile white apologists that are so concerned about white stereotypes, we don't give a fuck about black or brown stereotypes, or racial injustice, or white supremacy. But oh my God, they're so concerned about white stereotypes. Hypocrites. But anyhow, he's their leader for the shy racists. It's what he does, and he's doing it well. I guess it's good that we know who racists are, you know, but it also, he's encouraging racism by being one. So this is not good. This could really, really hurt a lot of people. This could get a lot of people killed, including white people. There's a cost to white supremacy, white America. Karma. It always comes back. Dirty deeds. And eventually comes back to you. And that's the problem with white America. The bully's always scared of their victims. We've been scared since we robbed and raped and murdered the first indigenous people. We've been scared since we enslaved people of color. We live in Jim Crow 2.0. That's what we live in. Mass incarceration, racial disparities off the charts institutionally in every single American institution. Nothing has changed since 2016. There's racial disparities in education. Our revisionist education teaches you, if you graduate from high school, you're white and you're not racist, you must have got an F in social studies. Jane Elliott, she said that. And it's true. If you watch TV and you're not racist, you're doing something wrong. This is the way our society's brought up. We're indoctrinated from day one. From birth, from day one, we are taught the lies and the myths of white supremacy. And Donald Trump is their new voice and their new hero. So all the frustrated white apologists, all the white folks that's been saying, oh, let's not talk about racism. It's too divisive. Oh, the real racist today is black people. They're the real threat. They're the real racists, not white people. These are the same people at Donald Trump rallies yelling the N-word.
or ignoring the other people that are saying the N-word because they don't give a fuck. The truth is coming out. You're a racist. That's why you're there. You don't need to be coded about it. You're a racist. Just say I'm a racist. I hate people of color. I support white people. I support whiteness. I support white nationalism. I support white supremacy. I support racial injustice. I support the lynching that the police are doing to people of color. This is what Donald Trump is all about. And white people love it. I'm not shocked. It's always been there. It's just having a black president brought it out. And then having the population turning brown and blacker every single year, white people's freaking out. They're losing their privileges. They're scared of losing their privileges. And they're greedy. They've always been greedy. White people always want to be on top. We know, as white people, this country was made for us. We don't want to lose that. We want to hang on to it. So it's a sad state of affairs. But it's also very revealing of just to the extent that our white supremacist culture, how deep it runs. It's a sad, sad state of affairs. And I'm fearful what's going to happen. White people think that it's not going to affect them. No, it does affect you. There will be a cost to this. You can't oppress people for 400 years and expect for it not to blow up in your fucking face. There comes a time when you have to speak the truth, acknowledge the truth, address it, and pass it on. And do what's morally right. White supremacy is the most openly neglected evil of our time. And we're not doing a goddamn fucking thing about it. And we never have. So stop the tradition. Stop the legacy of white supremacy. I'm asking, I'm begging white America. Take some fucking racial responsibility and do something about it. That's all for now. Everybody right. Back here just thinking about Donald Trump, unfortunately.
Well, nobody don't pay me no mind. Maybe they'll listen to him. I don't know. That was from Snazzy Girl, y'all. That rough right there. Oh no, I missed the auction on the sheet. Oh, you killing me. No, I forgot about him. No. No, I forgot about him. No. Oh no, I forgot about him. God, no. I forgot about him, y'all. Damn. They sold for 25. Are you serious? Please don't be the one I'm looking at. Please don't be the one I'm looking at. Well, hold on a sec. Let me see if it's still there. Maybe I can get some help. Hold on. Like, I forgot about it. Doggone it. Is the auction over? They back off the sheet firecrackers. You sure want to take your time. You got to make sure everybody see my stuff, don't you? You got to make sure everybody see my stuff. Please tell me them shoes still there. All right, it's still going on. Is this it? All right, y'all. That's all. That's 3 pairs of Nike Jordan, and right now it's at $11 with $10 shipping. That make it 40. But 3 pairs for one. By the way, while I got y'all attention, somebody asked me to get this, to put an offer in, and we got the offer. Somebody said, tell them 20. I got you. Well, where are you? I don't know. I think I'll go ahead and take the hit. Because you're going to pay $25 for 1 pair. And I'd rather have a Jordan. Oh, sorry. I'd rather have a Jordan. Ooh, where it go? Yeah, I'd rather have a Jordan. Yeah, I'd rather have a Jordan. So where we at now? $31, so it's 40. It's $42 for the pair of 3. And that's 3 pairs of shoes. Now, y'all talked me into putting 2 offers in, and y'all know that they accepted both of them. That's one right there, but I can't see paying $26 for 1 pair of shoes. But I did get the Derrick Rose. We won the offer on that, and so $17 shipping including. So I got that one, and pre-shipment info label created. So they haven't got it yet, but they applied for the shipment. So them shoes are on the way. They say by the 11th. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So anyway, since I'm the scammer, but I paid for the first pair. But where did the people go that told me to put an offer in? Where are they? Nobody never donated anything. But I paid for it. I paid for the first one. So we not making no more offers. I don't think we're gonna be able to. Once that case open, I might not be able to bid on anything for a couple months, but I ain't gonna sweat it. But that's something nice. Got my name Derrick, so we got a pair of Derrick Rose for $17. So I have a shirt that's that color, and I got a pair. Y'all know I got them khaki camouflage shorts in that color, so that'll work perfect. I'll wear the shirt with them shorts, and I have the black and red polo socks on, and that'll work. So at least we got 1 pair of shoes. I've been wearing the same shoes for almost 4 years now. So it's gonna be nice to have a pair of shoes. If anybody donate for my birthday, I'm gonna get some shoes and socks. I got shorts and shirts. Need to step up on the shoes and the socks. I just thought about that, man. I've been wearing the same shoes. I know I'm wasting my time, but it don't hurt to ask. Since I'm the ultimate scammer. My birthday the 29th, so y'all want to put together and help me get this scooter. Well, that's a bad mama jama right there. Now, if that's too much, that's amazing. The other one ain't there? Why ain't the other one there? Yeah, Amazon don't want you to get the cheap. It ain't popped up yet. That's weird. Why it ain't popped up yet? Where the other one at? I'd rather have that one, but if somebody wanted to help out, I would accept this and be happy. Somebody taught me how to get in this. When I got the bike, somebody taught me how to get in that. I wouldn't mind that. 15 mile per hour, 25 miles to the battery. Like I said, I prefer the other one, but this only 800. I would take it. So they ain't gonna show the other one, huh? They ain't gonna show the other one. That's amazing. They won't show the other one. It's amazing. Nope, they won't show it. Okay. Ain't gonna get mad about it. It won't pop up at all. Ain't no good and well, that's not what I put in. What? Hold on. They still won't show it. Okay. We're not gonna get mad. Just back out. We ain't gonna get mad about it. We ain't gonna get mad about it. I don't know why they won't show it. Maybe they sold out. Let's do it this way then. Uh-oh. Don't even say nothing. Don't even say anything. You know you're wrong for that. You know you're wrong for that, Google. You know you're wrong for that, sir. That's all right. Now, this is the same one as the first one, except the seat. I don't like the seat. I don't like the seat on it. Is it worth the extra $100 to get the seat? Yes, it is. But I take it though. I mean, I take it, but I take the seat off the one I got now and put it there. I don't like that backrest. But it's already got the basket right there. That's a bad Mama John, boy. I put the camera right there. But see, it don't have the side thingy. Does the other one have the side thingy? Wait a minute. Back out of here a second. Change that to the E20. Change that to the E20. Does it have the seats on the side? I mean, that's where you carry the groceries at, even though we got the basket back there. So I picked the bad one again, huh? Oh, and black. Yeah, I rather had the black than the red. Can we just see a picture? Yeah, and they got the you know, that's where I put the grocery bags at. So that's the difference. There ain't much difference between the two, other than the seat. But you can put the grocery bags on the arms of the seat. That's what's missing. That's what's missing. Boy, be able to put your stuff back there, close it in. Oh man. See us riding now. I tell you, we get that second stimulus. I'm getting it. And y'all ain't gonna talk me out of it. No, don't go there. What do you do? Y'all ain't gonna talk me out of it. Oh, we got a Windows update. Last thing you want to see is Windows update.
When you need to get around in comfort and style, the new EW32 scooter from eWheels is the way to go. This functional three-wheel scooter can travel up to 30 miles on a single charge and reach speeds up to 10 miles per hour.
What? No, we don't want you to 10.
50 pounds, a rear-wheel transaxle motor.
That ain't the same one. Wait a minute.
And full suspension, this scooter is ready for any.
That's not the E20, you liar.
Whether the ground is paved or not, the EW32 is a breeze to drive.
We don't want that. No, 32. We want the 20. Don't do us like that, man. Don't do us like that. You know you wrong. Trying to trick me. We don't want that. 10 mile per hour, boo.
The new Value Pack EW20 is the best long-range, high-speed scooter on the market today. It's capable of reaching speeds of up to 15 miles per hour.
That's right,
and can travel up to 21 miles on a single charge. The large swivel seat, designer-style matte black color, and stylish LED front light will have everyone turning heads. The EW20 is fitted with an extra-large covered storage basket, cell phone holder, USB port, along with 3 different speed settings that adds to the safety and performance of the scooter. For easy transport, we have added a folding tiller and removable seat. Shipped fully assembled and ride-ready, the EW20 is just what you're looking for.
And it's only 54 pounds. It's only 54 pounds. Now this is the 19. I'd settle for this. I just don't like the seat. Oh man, I messed up. I didn't mean to do that. What? I didn't mean to do that. Now, if all we get is $1,200, then we're gonna be getting one of those two, the 19 or the 20. It depends. We gonna get one. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. What I just do? All right. Can do that. Now change it. Now they give us the 2,000. They give us the 2,000. We getting this. Ain't nobody gonna talk me out of it. God done it. We getting it. All right, somebody's driving with it. All right.
When it comes to power and style, the W36 three-wheel mobility scooter is the best on the market. Now you can get where you need to go, not only faster with top speeds at 80 miles per hour, but rest assured that the three-wheel mobility scooter is one of the most dependable. There is no shortage of storage with the scooter. You'll find a lockable storage compartment under the seat and a large-sized basket attached to the back of it as well. Armrests fold up and down for easier access, and seatbelts add security. For added comfort, back hills find the perfect position, and the charging port is located directly under the seat access. The scooter has three dashboards, and just to the left, the lighting system with headlight turn signal. To the right of the dashboard, the throttle and reverse switch that enables you to forward and back with ease. Standard rear mirrors are also included. Now, because the W36 is the most powerful on the market, it added a variable diesel style that enables the power to 1 mile per hour, which is great for peace of mind here in a crowded area. Now, if you're concerned with your scooter, no, will scooters with a standard key remote with alarm and power capability at the touch of a button. Watch what happens when someone touches the scooter while the alarm is set.
See the warnings?
Yep, I don't think anyone would want to mess with this scooter. Rear wheel shock, brakes on all three wheels, and GPS system are all standard features with the W36 mobility scooter. And 5 bright, stylish colors from this scooter is going to turn.
I want the black one, but I'll take any color.
All of this wasn't enough. Our 3-year warranty, and because they are fully assembled, we are able to run a quality control test on each and every one. So don't just purchase an average scooter. When you purchase a real mobility scooter, it promises to deliver the highest quality.
Bad mama jama. Turn signal. That's a bad mama jama. I ain't gonna front. I bet y'all ain't seen one of these before.
That's your old action cam.
Yeah, somebody had to have a commercial. Come on.
Scoot's new two-seater four-wheeled quad vehicle just launched onto the streets of San Francisco. This is a new covered mini car that offers some fun new features for the driver. I took a test ride in the quad with Scoot VP Mike Waltman to check it out. Tell me about the new Scoot.
So we're calling this the Scoot Quad. It's a Nissan new mobility concept, our first four-wheeled Scoot, and our first Scoot that can take a passenger.
Can you walk us through the features?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, the doors open like that. It's not just a gimmick to get attention. It's actually for being in a tight urban environment where you're not going to want to have to open the doors to the side. There might be cars next to you. There might be scooters parked next to you. So it makes it easy to get in and out. Some of the features inside, obviously the second seat for the passenger is a really important aspect for our members and what they've been asking us for. It's also hooked up with speakers, which are up here, so you can play your theme song while you drive around, which is great. And then you'll be mounting your phone here. That's where you can see not only what's happening with your ride, but also where you can pick your music.
It's not fully enclosed. There's no windows that go up or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just open. It's still open, so it still gives you that feeling of being out in the open.
The wind in your hair.
And it's all electric, right? No gas.
It is. So Scoot runs a zero-emission fleet, and this is just an addition to that fleet.
Sounds great. Can we take a test drive?
Absolutely. All right, so the startup sequence, we turn it on from the app, which I'm going to do right now.
Okay.
And you'll hear a beep when the quad is activated. If you were standing outside the quad, what you'd see is the lights come on, and then you hear the beep.
All right. And now what do I do?
So now twist the go knob to the vertical position, and wait for the dash to light up. Okay, and give it one more twist forward, you should hear a beep.
Okay, with my foot on the brake.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
And then push D for drive. And drive.
Really?
Yeah.
It's on?
You ready? It's electric. It's dead quiet.
So weird. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay. This is so wild. Wild. Not really. All right, Quincy, lead us on to safety in the wide world of San Francisco parking and traffic. Tiny little thing. But, you know, oh, I see. This is the one way here, so you have to go up to the next one.
Yeah.
I love the looks people are giving us.
Yeah.
That's right. We're just saving the environment, everybody.
Yeah. I love your car. Thank you.
And we're celebrities in this car.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I really hope this GoPro stays on.
So left here. Oh,
Yeah.
nice. We're going to get some more school kid pass-bys.
Yeah, those are probably the best comments.
Yeah.
But they're so honest. Yeah, no, you did not. Fiat. Did you see that?
Stop the small allowance.
I know.
The weirdest thing is the people who like kind of register that it's there and then don't look.
Just
They
keep
just say,
going. Like this adds to some weird San Francisco
Yeah,
thing.
maybe they've just been here for too long. They're like super jaded with everything new.
They're like, I've seen in our car.
They got too many lights, man. Drive.
This is nothing.
Yeah, I saw a man take a boot this morning.
San Francisco. The quad was pretty fun. Some of the bigger cars didn't want to acknowledge me on the street, but people certainly noticed the quad roll by. The smiles and comments were the best part.
I gotta say, that's cute. But I'd rather have the EW36. I ain't gonna drive right. There she is right there. Is there anybody that's driving it? And then I'll back off. Is this the man that was driving? Is this the man that was driving? Yeah, he gone. Look at that, y'all. He doing 25 miles per hour. gotta be sweet. It's the best part right here. He up in the store. Ugh. Ain't nobody saying, hey, you can't come in here with that.
Goodness, you got any reading classes? Back there. Okay.
Hey. Whee! That's amazing. He was just out there on the road, and then he get to come in there and shot. That's just amazing. Like I said, it can go up to 25 miles per hour. As long as you stay to the right. As long as you stay to the right of the road, you good to go. Well, I can see us doing our mobilized now. Man, I'll be everywhere. Y'all go like, Road Deck, where you going? I ain't gonna know. You going for a ride. You ain't got nowhere to go? Nope, we just out here riding around. 30 miles to the battery. 30 miles. 13 miles. So if you take off for weight, let's say 28, let's just say 26 to be conservative. That's 13 miles each way. The scooter I got now, 8. And if you account for weight, probably 6 something. So that give you 3 miles each way. That's why we don't go nowhere, because 3 miles ain't nothing. But man, they give us if we get a 4,000 stimulus, I know I'm getting that. If we get I think that's 2,100. I don't know how much it would be for the but if they give us a 2,000, I might ask for some help. But I definitely that's a bad mama jama. That is a bad mama jama. Let me see. But see, that's not the one we want. Let's just change that number right there real quick. 36. So, yeah, 2,099. Somebody want 2,200. 2,099. Somebody want, oh, that's a 38. Well, what's the difference between a 38 and a, oh, that's a bad mama jama right there. Lord, Lord, Lord. I wonder how fast they go. I see it got a 500 weight capacity. Baby, go sit down. So, what is it called? I can't see what it's called. What number is that? Oh, that's the E72. Hey, they want almost $3 grand for that. Man, that's a bad mama jama. Features 500-pound weight capacity, max speed of 15, 43 miles on a single charge, 700-watt brushless motor. It only do 15, but you get 43 miles on a single charge. Dang. So, man. Hey, right there. Woo. That's a bad mama jama. That's a bad mama jama. So they got any other ones in here? 36. All right, this is a 46. It's $2,400. What did this do? That's nice. Let's see. It only goes 13 miles per hour and only 35 miles. Boo! Boo! This thing weighs 260 pounds. Goddamn. You know, I'm getting older, but I like speed. Here it is in black. Hey, you supposed to be in black. What are you doing? What you doing what I want to do? This is probably one of them channels that got whatchamacallits on it. Yeah, you supposed to be in black, sir. Yeah, 18 miles per hour. $43 miles on a single charge. Damn. Alrighty. All right, let me come back to the show. I don't mean to bore y'all. I probably bored y'all with that. But God darn it. Yeah, that's what I want. Y'all gonna try and talk me out of it, but God darn it, it's what I want. It's what I want. It's what I want. I said it's what I want. It's what I want. It's what I want. It's what I want. I said it's what I want. It's what I want. It's what I want. I said it's what I want. Yeah. It's what I want. That's what I want. Hey, it's what I want. That's a bad mama jama. I said it's a bad mama jama. So did y'all enjoy the holiday? What y'all do for the holiday? What did y'all do for the holiday? I feel blessed to be alive. Let me see if that thing done anything. I don't understand. It's like you not even on. It's saying it's 88 outside. And it's 88 in here. Really? 88 outside. And 88 in here. And the best part is no insurance, no registration. I can see me downtown riding around. They're gonna be like, "Hey, you get out the street." Like, shut up. No, I think if I go downtown, I think I'll stay on the sidewalk. For the big street, the busy street. Bada bing, bada boom, 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 boom. But she don't ride in something like that. I'll be straight. Sure. See me riding around the harbor? I wanted to take y'all to Fort McHenry. It's on a hill too. I want to take y'all to Fort McHenry so y'all can see where the Star Spangled Banner was wrote at. Dude, that would be some fun. Maybe we can go to the west side, go to Mondawmin. Hopefully I won't have to fight nobody. I know when this TV is over, I like to go to that Fridays, and we might actually drive out. We might actually ride out there. Now, see, the only problem is that hill for the bread. Now, I don't want to. The sidewalk ain't that big, and the way them cars come flying off of 83, I don't want to. But you got to go over it if you want to. You got to go over it, and it's gonna be more than 8 miles. So I really can't go. That's why I said we had to get something fancy. We can't keep getting the cheap shit. We can't keep getting the cheap shit. But like I said, you know, y'all probably don't care about the mobile lives like I do. But like I say, I like to be on location. And like I said, I'm on the edge of the hood. So if I want to get to like the good areas, you know, like when I went to that church, we went down North Avenue. If I want to get, you know, down into the hood, if I want to go ride around down by the project, go ride down, you know, by the jail and the Supermax, you know, I'll be doing one of them big nicks. Like, sir, why you have a camera? Oh, because I'm the media and I'm doing my show. Well, you can't be here. Isn't this a public? Isn't this a public prison? Don't the taxpayers pay for this? So I am allowed to come down here. Now I don't want to stay here, so don't even go there. But I am allowed to come here. Don't tell me I can't come here. Well, they gonna call me the Baltimore Big Nick. Y'all gonna see me ride home. There's gonna be police pulling behind me. There he is. That's the guy that keeps showing up in that dang on mobility scooter. That dang on camera. That scooter is night though. Down there riding through the hood. That one that man had was doing 25. They say 18, but that man was doing 25. Shoot. I wouldn't mind that. I ride in the neighborhood, be going all slow. Then somebody say, hey, let's get that guy on the scooter. Press that button and go to high gear and be like, yeah, you ain't catching me. Yeah. Young boys be, I can't catch it. Yes, sir. I said, yes, sir. Doesn't that sound like fun? So if the Senate ever stop messing around and kick out this daggone money, we can get something done. They had nerve to go on vacation and then they going on vacation again. I got done, man. You keep taking vacations for when you see the problems we got. We didn't look at the CV numbers today. Where is the CV? How's it doing? How that CV doing, y'all? 2,935,770. We get ready to hit 3 million, y'all. We get ready to hit 3 million. 132,318 deaths. 1,260,405 people have recovered. Let's get it. New York, 421,637. They picked up 863 cases. Total deaths, 32,215. 24 people died today. California, 255,970. They picked up 3,718 cases today. Total deaths, 6,331. 17 people died today. Texas, 195,769. They picked up 5,382. Total deaths, 2,648. 27 people died in Texas today. Florida, oh, Florida. But Florida trying to take over, y'all. Florida trying to go to number 3. 190,052 cases. They picked up 11,458. You might as well say 11,500. Got done. Total deaths, 3,703. 17 people died in Florida today. Do y'all see that? Florida got 11,500 people in one day. New Jersey, 176,663. They picked up 208 cases today, 15,257 deaths, 24 people died in New Jersey. Illinois, they picked up 862 cases. Massachusetts, 210. Arizona, 2,700 cases. Pennsylvania, 504. Georgia, I got Georgia on my mind. She got 2,800 cases. What time? One person died in Georgia today. They picked up 2,800 cases though. Michigan picked up 406. North Carolina, 1,092. My state of Maryland, sweet Maryland. North Carolina and took us over and left us in the dust. We got 380 new cases. Virginia, 716. Ohio, 718. Tennessee, 1,428. South Carolina, 1,854. Alabama, you Bama, 997. Washington, 500. Colorado, 254. Iowa, 627. Wisconsin, 738. Mississippi, M-I, a crooked letter, I, a crooked letter, I, a humpback, I. 990. Utah, 676. Missouri, 459. Arkansas, 587. Nevada, 857. Nebraska, 167. Oklahoma, 580. New Mexico, 287. Oregon, 294. Idaho, 376. $2,935,000 cases, 770. New cases, 45,182 for the country. Deaths, 132,318. And for the first time I can remember, y'all, it's not saying 500 or 600. Only 254 people died. But y'all know, because of this weekend, I can't wait till Thursday and Friday to see these numbers. But we only had 254 deaths. That's a good thing. But y'all wait. Y'all wait. When these holiday people that's out there kissing and hugging on each other. Oh, I ain't seen you so long. Oh. We gon' get that stimulus. We gon' get that stimulus. Gon' get that stimulus today. We gon' get that stimulus. We gon' get that stimulus. Gon' get that stimulus today. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Whoever I gotta talk to. I know everybody gonna try and talk me out of it. I'm tired of y'all talking me out of stuff. Oh. All right, let's check this out. Jim Crow, Jim Crow, Jim Crow, Jim Crow.
1863, Jim Crow was born. This character was created by white men to amuse a white audience. Jim Crow would grow to symbolize one of the most tragic events in race relation history. Promise and contradiction ruled this era. In 1865, 4 million Americans would become slaves simply because they were born black. When freedom did come their way, it was replaced by laws designated to keep them oppressed. This was the era known as Jim Crow. It was a form of racial discrimination. Most of the African Americans stayed quiet while others fought back. In the late 1880s and 90s, they started their own campaign to secure voting rights. They built their own schools, businesses, and churches. They fought to put a stop to mob violence and lynching. White supremacists fought back, and the Ku Klux Klan came on the scene and were embraced by many. White supremacy was the power behind the Jim Crow laws, and it seemed unstoppable. Over the next decade, the cruel treatment of African Americans continued. Fed up with the system, they decided to use the power of the press and the courts to pursue their quest for equality and freedom. The rise and fall of Jim Crow is the story of strength and perseverance. It is also the story of those who continue to fight for freedom, even in the face of terror. They continue to triumph, and that triumphant attitude made the world better for all of us. In 1861, the South left the Union to avoid being restricted from slavery. When the Civil War began, Abraham Lincoln called it a war that would end slavery. On January 1st, 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing all slaves in Confederate states. 6 months after the South surrendered, Congress ratified the 13th Amendment that abolished slavery. The federal government said that they would support the newly freed slaves. And these newly freed slaves knew what they wanted. They wanted to vote, have equal rights in the courts, but most of all, they wanted land.
What is it that your people need now that you're free? Our people need land, and they need tools to work the land. So there we begin to see the priority to own our own land.
Y'all hear that?
Without their own land and their own possessions, there was no true freedom. Off the coast of South Carolina, thousands of African Americans were fulfilling their dreams of land ownership, which was mainly supplied to them by former masters who had passed on. They began to have their own schools, they had established families, and lived a community life. They heard that Lincoln had been assassinated and their future was in jeopardy. A Southerner, Andrew Jackson, was now president, and he was against freeing the slaves. He said, "This is a country for white men, and as long as I'm president, this will be a government of white men."
Y'all hear that? But Trump wants you to love this
General
man.
Oliver O. Howard slowly made his way toward the African American colony. He was known as the Christian General because he was a deeply religious man who hated slavery. He tried to protect the land given to former slaves through Congress. To the African American population, Howard was revered second only to Abraham Lincoln.
The message from the previous book that the general was coming back, General Oliver O. Howard, who they were expecting to hear nothing but good news from him because he was the man who had told them about how this land now was transferred to them and that they owned it and they didn't have to worry about master owned everything. He asked them to gather together at the church on Edstone. So over 2,000 people came from all amongst the oak trees, all back off in the woods, and from their shacks and their dirt roads to meet their church to hear this new discussion about their land.
I have been sent by the president to tell you that your old masters have been pardoned, and their plantations are to be given back to, and that they would hire blacks to work for them. Lay aside your bitter feelings and be reconciled to them. General Oliver O. Howard.
So people were enraged and people started hollering out, no, ain't no way. No, that ain't what you tell us before. No, sir.
General Howard, why do you take away our lands? You take them from us who are true. Always true. You give them to our old-time. The man who gave me 39 lashes and who stripped and flogged my mother and sister. Who keeps land from me well knowing I would not have anything to do with him if I had land of my own. That man I cannot well forgive. A freedman.
In 1866, Congress recognized there were still some people who resisted change. So it created the 14th and 15th Amendment, which guaranteed African Americans a right to vote and due process of law. However, many whites chose not to acknowledge the new laws. The people of Mississippi were not listening. They decided that white people would always be superior and that African Americans needed to know their place, which, to them, was the cotton field of the South. But former slaves refused to be trapped after coming so far. They used their votes to elect black representatives, they sat on black juries, and they sent their children to school.
What had alarmed the white South during Reconstruction was not evidence of black failure, but evidence of black success, evidence of black assertion, evidence of black independence, evidence of black advancement, and evidence that black men were learning to use social power.
Those who were against the rights of African Americans resorted to violence. The same year that whites resorted to violence was the same year that Reconstruction began. Nathan Beckford Forrest, a Confederate general, founded the Ku Klux Klan. The images in white hoods killing African Americans, but the light of burning crosses would forever be a memory never to be forgotten.
The way white supremacists made sure that ex-slaves would fall back into place or nearly back into place was terrible. Beating people up, burning down their houses, shooting them, just the usual physical mayhem of personal violence.
After a reign of violence, there was hope with the election of Ulysses S. Grant in 1869. He sent federal troops to the South to stop the Ku Klux Klan. However, federal intervention proved not to be enough.
The question of should we stay at home in the South? Should we stay at home in the United States? Should we move somewhere else to the North? Should we move to the West? Or should we leave the United States entirely?
Burned out and feeling hopeless, some turned to an unlikely old man named Benny Singleton. In 1874, Singleton, a former slave, would lead a group of African Americans to Kansas. Then, John Brown stuck his blow against slavery.
We needed land for our children. That caused my heart to grieve and sorrow. Pity for my race caused me to work for them. Confidence has perished and faded away. We are going to leave the South. Pat Singleton.
Kansas may have been the promised land, but the journey was brutal. Many died from hunger and exposure to the elements. Yellow fever took several lives, but the biggest fear was encountering murderous whites. Those who survived the Kansas trip were met with harsh lands and violent tornadoes. They allowed their spiritual side to lead their way, and within a few years, over 20 towns were built. But not all African Americans thought that the answer was to leave the South. Frederick Douglass, a former slave, had become the leading African American voice opposed to a mass said the story would be told of the hundreds who stayed in Mississippi, not the thousands who left.
The country will be told of the hundreds who go to Kansas, but not of the thousands who stay in Mississippi. They will be told of the destitute who require material aid, but not of the multitude who are bravely sustaining themselves where they are. If the people of this country cannot be protected in every state of the Union, the sovereignty of the nation is an empty one, and the power in individual states is greater than the power of the United States. Frederick Douglass.
Alrighty, y'all. Maybe we'll look at part 2 tomorrow. After that video, there ain't not one comment in the chat. Alrighty, y'all. It's 1 in the morning. Alright, y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great day. Happy belated 4th to those of y'all I didn't tell. And as Naya would say, see y'all soon. And as I would say, see y'all later on today. Y'all have a blessed one. And I will see y'all later on today. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks, everybody, to stop by. We appreciate it. And come see us tomorrow. And we are out.